you know who the guy in the suit with the red tie was? That Gary.
My wife just told me he was planning his own.
He lives down
My
there.
calendar.
I know that. I met him, 10, 15 years ago.
We call him the spruce tree guy. He wanted spruce trees in all the developments
Oh, really?
because it covers and grows quickly.
So they
So how do you see? You
Okay.
have to be in front of it?
Everybody ready? Yep. Robert, you ready?
Robert?
Marissa.
Robert, who's calling me?
You guys ready?
You ready?
Ready? Okay.
Good evening.
That'll get you.
That's pretty loud.
Yes, yes.
Welcome to the June 21st, 2023 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. At this time, I would request that everyone please turn off or mute all cell phones and other electronic devices. Also at this time, I would ask everyone to please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Don't have the rollers. Applications for conditional use permit requests and rezoning requests will be heard during tonight's meeting, and the commission will vote on these applications and make a recommendation to the county council. The applications will then be scheduled to be introduced before the county council at the Monday, July 31st, 2023 County Council meeting. Public comment for conditional use permit requests will be taken during tonight's meeting and at the council meeting on Monday, July 31st, 2023. Public comment on conditional use permit applications will not be taken at any meeting of the county council held thereafter. Applications for preliminary plats heard during tonight's meeting will also be voted on by the Planning and Zoning Commission during the meeting. The vote on preliminary plats is final. Only a recommendation for denial of a preliminary plat would be heard before the County Council at their Monday, July 31st, 2023 meeting. The following documents are introduced as a matter of record for this evening's public hearing and regular meetings of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Those documents are the Unified Development Ordinance of St. Charles County, including zoning maps, the year 2030 Master Plan for St. Charles County, which includes the year 2030 Future Land Use Plan Map, and the Rules of Order and Procedure for the Planning and Zoning Commission as adopted by Resolution 21-01. I see that we have a quorum. Is there a motion to open the meeting?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, sign aye.
Aye.
Okay. Good evening, and welcome to the Family Arena. Since we have such a large crowd this evening and we have a very, very long agenda, I wanted to go over how we conduct the meeting. I will read into the record the application, and then we will have a report from the staff over here, okay? And members of the commission may or may not have questions for staff based on their report and their recommendations. Then we will ask the applicant to come forward and present their application to the commission. The commission may have questions of the applicant, okay? Then we will open the public hearing, okay? This is a public hearing. This is, if anyone's been to a county council meeting, they have public comment, but this is a public hearing so that members of the public have a chance to express their view of the application. okay, whether it be positive or negative, okay? As you came in, you may have been given a copy of our procedure, okay? As the chair of the commission, I have my duties to preserve order and decorum of the meeting. So I'd ask everyone, since it is such a large meeting, to try to keep your voices down so that we can hear whoever's speaking at the podium. We do have a 3-minute time limit per person, okay? This clock over here will be set to 3 minutes. If you do not use up your 3 minutes, you can't give your rest of your minute to someone else, okay? Typically in these situations, there'll be common issues, okay? So once we've had 2, 3, 4 people to talk about increased traffic, et cetera, okay, we will basically say that we've had enough information on that topic, okay? So if you're the 10th person to talk about traffic, well, we may say we'll move on to some other issue, okay? Since this is a public hearing, it is a matter of record, okay? So if you're going to speak during the public hearing, we'll form a line down the center, okay? You come forward, and I will put you under oath, okay? If you're going to present something as a fact, we may ask you what you base that fact on. If you're wanting to just express your opinion, state, this is my opinion. I'm not expressing this as fact. I feel that there's going to be more accidents on this road, or my property value will be affected one way or another because of the proposal in the application, okay? So you are under oath. If you're stating something as a fact, we may ask you, what are you basing that on, okay? If not, if you want to just express your opinion, say, I'm just expressing my opinion, this is how I feel, and we appreciate that, and this is your opportunity to do that. Address all your comments to the commission, not to any one particular commissioner or to the audience. The other thing that has always been an issue in these large crowds, when the audience feels compelled to respond to the speaker and give them an ovation once they're done. That is not necessary, okay? That will not influence the commission on our decision one way or the other. So it's just in the interest of time. Once the public hearing is closed, then we'll take no further comments from the public unless the commission requests someone to speak, okay? So once it's closed, it is closed. Then we will ask the applicant to come back and address any issues that may have come up in the public hearing, okay? We'll have additional questions possibly for the applicant, okay? Then at that time, the commission will take the matter up for a vote, okay? Now, I will tell you, with Robert's Rules of Order, the fact that someone may, I will entertain a motion to approve the application. And there'll be a motion and there'll be a second. That does not mean that we're going to vote all in the affirmative for that motion, okay? You can't vote in the negative, okay? Because there's been times when someone's made a motion, it's been seconded, and then we call the vote, and the application's been turned down, okay? So don't get excited when I call for a motion to approve the application. We just have to do that. You can't vote in the negative if you understand that concept of Robert's Rules and Orders. Now, what we make, especially with a rezoning request, is just a recommendation to the county council. Okay? So as I read in the opening, the next county council meeting is July 31st. Okay? the county council makes the final decision. So there's another opportunity, one way or the other, on each of these applications, especially the rezoning ones, to express your interest in that application. So all that we do with the rezoning is make a recommendation to the county council. They have the final decision. The preliminary plats, once we approve those, they're approved. The conditional use permits, the CUPs, the same with the county council. They make the final decision. So with that, we will start the meeting. Our first item on the agenda is re-subdivision plat for St. Charles Hills Lot 1130, located at 3012 Lime Street. The application number is PRE 23-06. Property owners is Devonshive Incorporated. The engineer is Bax Engineering. The current zoning is R2, two-family residential district. Proposed lots are 2. The location is 3012 Lime Street, east of Harry S. Truman Boulevard and south of Elman Road near the city of St. Charles. This is located in Council District 6. Staff.
This application comes to staff as a request to divide the current .2 acre lot located at 3012 Lime Street in the St. Charles Hills subdivision from one lot into 2. In 1970, the subdivision was rezoned from R1 single-family residential district to R2 two-family residential district, where current day the St. Charles Hills subdivision includes a combination of single-family residences and duplexes. Since 1972, this property has been occupied by a duplex with 2 side-by-side dwellings. Subdividing the parcel and the structure would allow each unit to be owned separately. The subject lot is located on the block of Lime Street, which currently has 10 duplexes on subdivided parcels. Lot 1130 is the last remaining undivided parcel on the street containing a duplex. Approval of this plat would make Lot 1130 consistent with the existing development pattern, and staff would like to note that dividing the duplex by property line could trigger a requirement to upgrade the structure to meet fire codes for attached dwellings, such as upgrading the interior dividing wall into a firewall. Any required upgrades would be handled by the county's Building and Code Enforcement Division. Additionally, staff received no letters or comments for this application and finds that the proposed plat meets the technical requirements of the subdivision regulations of the county code.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Jeff Simmons with Bax Engineering, 221 Point West Boulevard, St. Charles.
Go ahead, sir.
Staff did a great job explaining what we're looking for. We are just trying to conform with the rest of the neighborhood and be able to subdivide these into 2 lots so that they can be individually owned.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We will now open the public hearing for application PRE 22-06. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this application? Anyone? Evening, Mr. Denoff. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I would be in favor of dividing this plat into 2 so it could be sold individually, and I urge the Commission to unanimously approve this preliminary plat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone? We will now close the public hearing for PRE 23-06. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? We'll not ask the applicant to come back. Anyone on the commission have any questions, comments, concerns regarding this application? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve PRE 23-06, which is the re-subdivision of a plot, lot 1130 in St. Charles Hills, located at 3012 Lime Street. Is there a motion?
Motion. Second.
Where am I at? Mr. Cornwell made the motion. Mr. Fromm, give him the second. Ms. Bamer, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Kirchner?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
Yes.
And I vote yes, application passes. Oh, let's see, now I gotta go back. Next item on our agenda is a conditional use permit request located at 45020 Central School Road. Application number CUP 22-16. Property owners is JAB Real Estate Services LLC. The applicant is Bax Engineering, Planning, and Surveying. Current zoning is C2, General Commercial District. The CUP request is landscaping contracting service. The CUP area consists of 1.71 acres. Its location is at 4520 Central School Road on the north side of St. Peter's Parkway, adjacent to Highway 364 in the city of St. Peters, located in Council District 7. Staff.
For this conditional use permit request, the applicant proposes to operate GT Outdoors, which is a landscaping contracting service from the subject property. Just for a bit of background, the property was originally zoned R1B in 1959 with the inception of zoning. It was later rezoned to C2 General Commercial District in 1979. Since then, the frontage along Central School Road was developed as a multi-tenant retail center with a detached office building in the rear. Additionally, in 2023, 5520 Central School Road was created as Lot 2 of Bradford Square subdivision, which includes only the detached office. Although addressed 4520 Central School Road, Lot 2 adjoins and has driveway access from North St. Peter's Parkway, which provides one-way vehicular traffic. As it pertains to the proposed conditional use, landscaping contractors in the UDO are businesses principally engaged in the decorative and functional alteration, planting, and maintenance of grounds, as well as underground construction improvements, as long as they are accessory to the main business themselves, such as installing a drainage system. A CUP for landscaping contracting services also allows vehicles, equipment, and material used in the business to be stored on site, which includes rock, mulch, soil, and some plant materials which cannot be grown on site. In terms of the proposal, the applicant is proposing a small addition to the existing office, constructing a 4,400 square foot warehouse, and constructing 4 concrete storage bins on the eastern portion of the property, which will house fertilizer, mulch, topsoil, salt, and water. The applicant is also proposing to have a paved parking lot that would include 58 parking spaces, as well as exterior lighting that will utilize full cutoff light fixtures. In terms of the operation, the narrative submitted by the applicant states that the business will employ 25 workers Monday through Friday from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., who will report to 4520 Central School Road and then leave to work on job sites throughout the day. The office building itself on site would be open from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. As with all conditional use permits, we must evaluate them based on the criteria established in Section 405, 510B of the Unified Development Ordinance. Given the site's proximity to arterial roadways and freeways, the existing commercial land uses surrounding the property, and the fact that the outdoor storage of materials would occur more than several hundred feet from the nearest residence, staff recommends that the use would not endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare of the surrounding community. County staff also recommends a finding that the conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other properties in the immediate vicinity or to the aesthetic or scenic values of the general vicinity, provided that a Type 2 landscape buffer is installed along the western property line adjoining the rear yard of the residence at 4538 Central School Road. Staff would also like to note that we have no data available to us to suggest that this use would substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood. And finally, staff received no letters regarding this application. Therefore, county staff recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval for this conditional use along with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, I'll ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jeff Simmons, Bex Engineering, 221 Point West Boulevard, St. Charles.
Go ahead, sir.
Again, staff did a great job of explaining the project and what we hope to do here. There are 6 conditions, and we have no objection to the conditions imposed by staff.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you, sir. We will now open the public hearing for CUP 22-16. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings and the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. And because there's no residential developments or subdivisions around this development, I am not taking a stand on the conditional use permit. I'm not opposed to it, but I would like the following conditions to be added to the conditional use permit. Number one, that any outdoor storage be maintained in a building, as we've done with other landscaping businesses throughout the county. And that would be in terms of vehicles, equipment. I'm not sure about their materials. I guess those could be outside. And that all maintenance on any vehicles or equipment, that be done inside and not outside to disturb the general public. That no derelict or damaged vehicles or equipment be placed anywhere on the property. And there's also a parking issue. 25 spaces for employees. Is that going to be on a hard surface or is that going to be on a gravel driveway? It really wasn't clear in the staff report or the preliminary plat that was added to the packet. Also, I'd like the commission to go from a landscape buffer type 2 to a type 3, and this would aid in our economic development of our county because it's proximity to highways and frontage roads, and so I'd be in favor of moving that type 2 buffer to a type 3 buffer. Those are my comments, Commission, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for CUP 20. Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking down the middle over here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Dell Smith. I'm at 4538 Central School Road.
Speak up a little, sir. Right into
to
the
the
microphone.
mic.
There you go.
I'm at 4538 Central School Road. I'm the neighbor.
Okay.
I'm worried about the water that comes off of the property. I want to make sure that happens correctly. I am a residence that is next to it. I want to make sure it doesn't get out of hand what they have going over there.
Okay.
That's
You-
the only problems that I have there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else? We will close the public hearing for CUP 22-16 and ask the applicant to come back. So what is the plan for water discharge?
We'll have detention and water quality put in place per county rules, regulations, and control that running off the site.
Any other questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I do. Is there landscaping along Missouri Route 364?
I don't believe the buffers along, or the landscaping's along 364.
On the plan, you call out a landscape area. I don't know what does that mean?
That doesn't show any.
C1.
Thank you. I don't see any proposed currently, but we'll add that to the site plan.
You will landscaping?
We'll put some landscaping.
Thank you. Can we make that a condition?
Well, generally, through the site plan, there's frontage requirements regardless. You know, depending on how many feet of frontage they have, and there's a formula for it, so they'll be required to put landscaping there of some sort.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, there was a
I just
question about
wondered if you-
parking, how people were going to park.
I believe staff did address that, that it would be a hard surface parking
Yeah.
lot, and I think there were 58 spaces, if I remember correctly.
3-inch asphalt.
Correct.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, have you made the application to MoDOT for the commercial entrance yet, or are you going to wait until?
We're going to wait, but
Yeah.
they have a current entrance
Yeah.
now, so.
Okay. Very good.
utilizing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commission will now consider CUP 22-16. Is there any additional comments, questions from the commission? Chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP 22-16 to include the recommendations set forth by staff. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Ms. Bamer. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cornwell. Mr. Baker, how do you vote?
Favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Kirchner?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
Yes.
And I vote yes. There's two of those. Okay. Next on our agenda is zoning map amendment request located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Application number RZ 23-09. The property owner is Grapenthine Family LP and Kenneth Baker and Michelle Baker. Developers Lombardo Homes. The current zoning is A, Agricultural District. Proposed zoning is RR Residential District, 3-acre minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends rural residential land use less than one dwelling per acre. The rezoning area is 95.86 acres of 102.86 acres, the two parcels. The location is 3866 South Point Prairie Road, 500 feet west of Highway Z on the north side of South Point Prairie Road near the city of New Melle, located in Council District 2. Staff.
This is phase 1 of 2 for the property this evening. The request is to rezone the property from A, agricultural to RR, rural residential. This will change the minimum lot size from 5 acres to 3 acres. The applicant is requesting to divide the 95.86 acres into 28 separate lots. This request was previously heard at the April 20th, 2022 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. The commission voted 8 in favor and 1 against at that meeting. At the May 31st, 2022 meeting of the County Council voted 3 ayes to 4 nays. In conformance with section 405.535.B.4 of the County Code, the applicant has waited at least 12 months following the denial from County Council to reapply. This rezoning would change the permissive uses that are allowed for this area. Future agricultural land uses other than horses, private stables, and cultivated plots as accessory uses to the homes on the lots would be prohibited. For the minimum size discussion, this rezoning would allow for 3-acre lots. Of the 75 existing parcels within 2,000 feet of the subject parcel, 31 are smaller than the required 5-acre minimum for the agricultural district. The current median lot size for this area is 5.1 acres. There are 3 subdivisions in the immediate area that are 3-acre subdivisions. Under the existing agricultural zoning designation, the applicant could develop a 19-lot subdivision with minimum infrastructure and gravel streets. This development, being 3-acre lots, would require paved streets constructed to county standards and must meet the more rigorous preliminary plat and final plat process. This development is consistent with the 2030 Future Land Use Plan as it recommends rural residential land uses for this area. The plan defines this land use type as less than 1 dwelling per acre. Staff has received 2 letters in opposition. County staff recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of this application as consistent with the 2030 Future Land Use Plan.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Doug Tiemann. I'm an engineer with CEC. My address is 3000 Little Hills Expressway, St. Charles, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
I am here representing Lombardo Homes. I have a small slideshow to show you the location. The location of the site is located, as said, it is just west of Highway Z, south of 70 and 64, north of the city of Nomelli. It's located in the yellow area on the screen. What we have is current zoning of agricultural district. We're requesting RR zoning, which is single-family residential, 3-acre minimum, and the 2030 master plan recommends this to be 1 dwelling unit per acre. We are proposing this to be 1 dwelling unit per 3 acres. The average lot size that we will have is 3.15. We are proposing to have a 20-foot wide paved road and a 42-foot wide right-of-way that will be public. The site will be served with Public Water District Number 2 water service, and we will have individual septic systems on the site. This is the location. The blue area is what we're proposing to be Saxony Ridge. This area, as you can see, is in the 1-acre area of the future master plan. The area to the north, it's in the dark yellow, is 1 to 4 acres. This is the surrounding properties. As you can see in this slide, the properties that are 5 acres or smaller are shown as red. The properties that are 5 to 10 acres are shown as blue, and the green properties are 10 acres or larger. This is a larger map showing the subdivisions, and again, it's the same color code. 5 acres or smaller, red, 5 to 10 are blue, and the green is 10 acres or larger. This is the proposed plan for the site. In this plan, we have a small swell channel that runs down the center of the property. We are proposing to have a 100-foot buffer strip that goes over that. The county requires a 25-foot setback from the top of bank. When you add the 2 setbacks that are on this creek, and you add the area, we have a 100-foot buffer area that will surround the entire track and runs down through the center. This slide shows the drainage. What we have on this is the existing drainage channel that handles that. The light, I'm going to call it light blue area that we show on this map, that is 92 acres of the area which drains down the center of this track. None of that pink or light blue area drains off of the track. That all drains through the property and down underneath the South Point Prairie Road. The light green area, we have 3 small light green areas that are shown at the corners of the track. That totals 1.3 acres. Those areas drain off of the site. They are naturally draining off of the site due to the terrain. These areas, the 3 areas that are shown in light green, are going to be undisturbed areas, and they're very rear corners of the lot. As you can also see in here, the dark blue areas that surround the property drain onto the property. And there is 54 acres that drains onto this property from the surrounding tracks and will be handled in this existing drainage area that we have here. The pink area that is shown next to South Point Prairie Road drains through that property and goes underneath South Point Prairie Road and does not affect the other tracks. We are draining 97.6% of the property that is in this tract is going through it. So there's very little property that's draining off. The next slide shows tree cover. What we have on this side is we have 59 acres of trees that will remain. That is shown in the green. We are proposing the pink area for trees that will be removed from the site, and the areas that we're showing on the pink area is 5.4 acres or 8% of the site. We are preserving 91% of the trees on this tract. The areas shown in white are open areas that are existing on the property. We also have a diagram that shows the proposed entrance onto existing South Point Prairie Road and site distance, and this illustrates that we meet the site distance in both directions on the property. And then I have included the staff reports, which were presented already. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, Doug, is this essentially the exact same one that was presented previously?
It's very similar to what was presented over a year ago. The plan is we've made some very small changes, but most of them are for the entrance. The lot configuration is very close to what it was before.
Okay, thank you.
Doug, you also mentioned about the, I think it was 91.3 tree preservation. Are there going to be restrictions for the potential homeowners on what trees can be removed?
We don't have restrictions on that other than the center channel that we're preserving, the 100-foot buffer that we are preserving in that center.
Okay, thank you.
Doug, have you reached out to the fire district for comments on the layout and any
We
concerns
did.
there?
We submitted this plan to the fire district. They've approved our plan, or they gave us an approval on the plan.
Will there be a homeowners association?
I will let the applicant, the developer, answer that question. He's shaking his head yes. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. Any other questions?
In the covenants, will it state the square footages of homes and how much area can be developed?
I'm certain it will.
Well, ask the developer to come forward. Let me swear you. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Steve Valentine, 136 Oakhurst Drive, O'Fallon, Missouri.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to ask on the covenants, is there going to be a square footage minimum requirement?
So there will be a square footage minimum requirement. We already have some targeted plans and series of homes that we will build here. There'll be different targets depending on a ranch or two-story, but yes.
Do you know about the approximate square footage?
So the two series of homes that we are offering, this current smallest available floor plan is 2,600 square foot as a ranch.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Let's see, now I gotta get the public hearing. We will now have the public hearing for, back up here, RZ 23-09. It's a zoning map amendment request located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Anyone here wishing to speak regarding this application? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brad Bisher, 256 Kirsten Drive, Wentzville, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
I would like to request that the commission table this and all new construction until St. Charles County can bring all of their roads and utilities up to standards and be able to meet or exceed the 2030 building map. The way it is in that area now, there's quite a bit of congestion right there within a couple of miles of where this subdivision is. Winsville is restricting water use because they can't pump enough water out because of all the people. If you drive down Highway Z and N, which is just a few miles down from this, you can plan on spending at least 10 to 20 minutes in the traffic jams because of all of the traffic and the county's negligence in keeping up with all the development in that area. So I request that you table this indefinitely until all the utilities and roadways are brought up to meet the needs of the area.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ann Thomas Smith. I live at 50 Sprock Road. I actually adjoin this parcel on two sides. We have the green U shape that's about 30 acres, and then our home site, which is 10-ish. I am for this, and I would encourage you to approve it. Of all of the uses that this land could have, from my perspective, and I do think I touch this property more than anyone else, this is the highest and best use I can think of. I agree with the previous gentleman, we need more infrastructure, but I would rather have 3-acre lots than 4 to an acre, 5 to an acre, tall tree. I would hate to have that right behind my house. I think this is a wonderful proposal, and I encourage you to approve it.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings and the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. I just want to put on record, I heard the applicant, and I really have some major reservations here. There have been no changes as admitted on the record by the applicant's engineer. We just went through this show about over a year ago. On May 31st, 2022, the County Council, by a vote of 3 yes, 4 no, denied the rezoning application. Once again, our partners, I don't see any letters in the packet. I really can't take the word of the engineer, but I don't see the letters in the packet from our partners. The New Melly Fire Protection District, that they can handle another subdivision with fire hydrant and water service. We already heard the low water service, that they can't pump and handle enough residents in this neighborhood as it is. There's no letter from the St. Charles County Ambulance District, no letter from the school district, which would be Francis Howe. I don't see the turning radius in the cul-de-sacs that they can meet the needs of picking up students with the school transportation. And I would encourage the City of New Melly Board of Aldermen and property owners around this property, of at least 30% of the property owners, to file a remonstrance the Friday before the council meeting of the second reading, where this will be read, and it must be filed with the County Register, Brenda Hinton, on the 5th floor of the County Administration Building, and she will file that with the County Council to make sure it gets on the agenda. Once again, the road and traffic safety is of importance here. We went through this a year ago. We're not ready for this type of development in this sector of the county. We don't have the resources, the traffic safety, the roads, the water, the sewer. So we really need to upgrade this road. I don't see any report from our county police chief or the county traffic safety division in terms of traffic accidents and vehicle accidents. That's of major concern. In the drainage of the property, this was of major concern last year, and it was a discussion before the county council members. And again, the applicant went on record and stated No changes from last year. So I would honorably and respectfully ask every commission member to deny this rezoning application, and I would ask the city of New Melle and 30% of the property owners to file a remonstrance with the county registrar if indeed you do pass this on to the county council. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chris Eaker, E-A-K-E-R.
Speak up a little bit.
I also have an adjoining property to the east of the proposed lots. And once again, we did this whole thing last year. It is a big show. How many times have they sent out more requests for 1 acre lots, 3 acre lots? They put them in the mailbox, you know? It's a waste of time to keep doing this when they didn't take what the county council said seriously, it would appear. If you brush off the ruling of a county council and resubmit a year later the same exact proposal, it seems like it wastes not just the council's time, my time, everybody here that's has to deal with it. It's 7 o'clock start time. It's late. Now, that being said, my mother always told me to see the best in people, and I have tried to see things from your perspective, and it's not easy. I wouldn't want to sit where you do. But the county council has sent it back with requests for 5 acre lots in this area to preserve the character of the area. Zoning for the 30-year plan is one way to look at things, but you gotta consider that 1 acre lots aren't even viable in that area, period, for drainage, for septic. It just doesn't work. So it's not even a real risk. It's certainly not now with the infrastructure the way it is. That being said, I think it's important that you reaffirm that the county council and the zoning commission are on the same page together and that you work as a team. Restore faith in the people that are sitting there, because there's a lot of people here that are losing it quickly. And I think it would behoove everybody to not give Lombardo the benefit of the doubt if they can't make it profitable with 19 lots at 5 acres, and it's the difference between 19 and 28. If that's a deal breaker for them, then you made a bad investment and you still have time to get out of your deal. But the rules are the rules, and the county council spoke. I hope you guys do the same and agree. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else wishing to speak regarding application RZ 23-09?
Hi.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeremy Egan. I live at 1509 Highway DD in Defiance. I drive past this property every day. Just on the way here, I had to honk at 2 people to come out of my lane, swerving into my lane on DD. It's not a very safe road. And also, like the previous gentleman said, there's a reason that it's zoned for 5 acre lots. It's to preserve the area. The rezoning seems purely just for profit, and if you're trying to, people drive out to that area to get to bush wildlife and to get away from town. So I just don't see how rezoning it is helping anyone but the developer. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for RZ 23-09. I ask the applicant to come back. Anyone have any questions for the applicants?
Yeah. So what has changed?
Yeah. What we've changed on this is where the entrance is, but other than that, we have not changed the lot count. We have 28 lots that we're proposing on this site.
Right.
3-acre lots that are proposed on this. I would like to say that we have got New Melly to give us approval. We have tested the water at the site. It's 110 PSI. We have done pressure tests on that. The cul-de-sac, which I'll, if I can show you on this slide, the cul-de-sac that's located at the very end is an enlarged cul-de-sac that allows the turning of buses and trucks. This is a cul-de-sac that St. Charles County has required, and we're putting in to facilitate that turning that we're showing there. I would also point out on this slide, Mr. Eckert said he's adjoining. He is not adjoining the property. He is located on a 3-acre lot that is down on South Point Prairie Road near the blue. He is not touching the proposed property that we are asking for this plat on. And as far as changes, to go back to changes, we have not changed the lot configuration substantially. It still has the circle that we're proposing and the cul-de-sac at the end.
The other thing that has changed is we came better prepared this time.
Speak up, sir.
The other thing that changed is we came better prepared. Quite frankly, the water management slide that was inserted was not in our last presentation, and some claims about water management were made last year that just weren't factual. We've come in with factual information to show how we're handling the water, and that we are not impacting those properties adjoining. In fact, we are taking on water from 50 some odd acres outside of the property onto ours to manage. So really the biggest thing that changed is we came prepared to address water management, which was a fair thing. We didn't disagree that we should manage the water. It's part of a developer's responsibility to do so, and we are doing so. Last year, there was a lot of comments that came up on it. We didn't have this slide. We didn't have the numbers, and we didn't have the data, to your point that you mentioned earlier about coming in with the facts. Well, tonight we came in with the facts.
Any other questions for the applicants? Anything else? Okay. Thank you. We'll now bring RZ 23-09 back to the commission for consideration, which is a zoning map amendment request located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Anyone have any questions, comments, questions of staff?
I got a question. So Robert, did you say that if this was 5 acres, that would be a gravel drive? It could be a gravel drive?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what was the objections of the county council? I don't remember this. It's been a while, so. Was it the water runoff, or was it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think there was a concern about lot size.
By the council, by the county council people, or by the people that were right there at the meeting?
Both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Not a question, but most of, from the map, it looks like predominantly, most of the tracts surrounding it, there is one section that's the 3 acres, but most of it is 5 or 10 plus acres.
Agreed.
Surrounding it.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none, Chair will entertain a motion to approve RZ 23-09, which is a zoning map amendment request located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Clary, second. Mr. Cornwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
No.
Mr. Shell?
Yes.
Ms. Kirshner? Yes. Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Mamer?
No.
Mr. Clary?
No.
And we're down to me, and I vote yes. Amendment passes. Okay. The next, where am I at here? Next item on our agenda is a preliminary plat for Saxony Ridge located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Application is PRE 23-04. Property owners is Grappentine Family LP and Kenneth Baker and Michelle Baker. Developers Lombardo Homes. The engineer is Civil and Environmental Consultants Incorporated. Current zoning is A Agricultural District. Proposed zoning is RR Residential, Rural Residential District, 3-acre minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends rural residential land uses less than 1 dwelling per acre. Plat area is 95.86 acres of 102.86 acres, 2 parcels. The location is 3866 South Point Prairie Road, 500 feet west of Highway Z, on the north side of South Point Prairie Road, near the city of New Melle, located in Council District 2. Staff.
This is phase 2 of 2 for this property this evening. The applicant is proposing a 28-lot residential subdivision on 95.86 acres. This plat was previously heard at the April 20th, 2022 Planning and Zoning Commission. The commission approved the plat as meeting the technical requirements of the subdivision regulations. However, since the county council denied the rezoning request for the property, the plat could not be signed by the director as it would not conform to the agricultural zoning district standards. This property is bisected from the north to the south by a natural watercourse that the developer proposes permanently protecting with a 100-foot wide vegetative natural watercourse buffer. The avoidance of the watercourse has greatly impacted the design of this subdivision. All lots will take access from Saxony Ridge Court. This roadway will be built to county standard and will be dedicated to the county. The road is 5,671 feet long and is nearly double the maximum block length permitted in the subdivision ordinances. To alleviate this issue, the developer has provided 3 eyebrow turnarounds along the length of the street to allow inbound vehicles to turn around without having to drive the entire length of the road. No parking signs will need to be placed along the road to allow for the 20-foot wide street rather than the normal 26-foot wide street. The existing tree canopy occupies 66 acres or 69% of the existing site. The developer is required to maintain 10% of that acreage as trees. The developer is proposing to keep 60.6 acres of the existing tree canopy, far exceeding the minimum requirements. Public water will be provided for this subdivision, and the home sites will utilize on-site wastewater treatment systems. The site was reviewed by the St. Charles County Soil and Water Conservation Service, and they rated the soil as very limited for septic tank absorption, meaning that the systems will have to be designed to overcome this restriction. Staff has received no letters regarding this application. County staff finds that the proposed plat meets the technical requirements of Chapter 410 of the Unified Development Ordinance.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Do this again, Doug. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Doug Tiemann. I'm an engineer with CEC. My address is 3000 Little Hills Expressway, St. Charles, Missouri, 63301. And all right. This is the plat that we're proposing. As mentioned, we do have eyebrows. We have the enlarged cul-de-sac at the end of it. We are proposing 28 lots on this piece of property with the reservation in the middle, the buffer strip that we were talking about in the middle. We also have the site distance that we've already submitted to the county for review and approval of that. Other than that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
There was a comment in the staff report about the very limited septic tank absorption. what are you going to do to alleviate that?
Each field would be designed, they will look at each site independently and pick areas that'll be selected for that and do different testing. Typically, they do 3 test holes on a track to find out where the best soil is. Then the soil is rated on its absorption rate, and the septic system is sized based on that absorption rate. So it isn't a standard size that fits all lots. It's a size that's sized for the soil absorption.
Lot specific?
Yes, it is.
And is that primarily clay soil?
A lot of it is,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
On the road, the 20-foot versus 26, and there'll be no parking on the road. What if somebody wants to have a birthday party or something?
Each one of these homes, of course, are going to have a driveway, a long driveway and parking there that's associated with them. Most of the homes will have a very lengthy driveway that will accommodate lots of cars.
How many cars would you estimate?
Well, it depends on the house and the driveway. But you can park cars. They will probably also have an outbuilding or an area that they will have for parking.
And will the driveways be paved?
The driveways will be paved.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. We will now open the public hearing for PRE 23-04, which is a preliminary plat for Saxony Ridge located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this preliminary plat? Ladies first. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Ellie Kelly, 1700 Highway F, Defiance, Missouri.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my question is, I've listened to the septic stuff about the ground not being able to handle the septic, and he wants to, the applicant just wants to sort of skirt it and go, we'll deal with it. We haven't done really any tests, but we want the zoning first. And to me, that just seems backwards. It seems like, it should, if the septic is a question, that should be settled before anybody gives these people zoning. For that was that's all I got to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Michelle Hillsman, 263 Oakhurst Circle, O'Fallon.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So I live in a current Lombardo subdivision, and I'm on our HOA, and I can tell you that as much as I love my home from Lombardo, our drainage in our 2 ponds, which one was supposed to be a pond, and the other one is, and I don't know all the correct terminology, so forgive me, but one's supposed to be a drainage pond, and one of them is a pond, and it's not. And we are currently, as the HOA, going back to the city trying to get it drained properly because it doesn't even do what it's supposed to be doing. So when they're talking about drainage and what should be happening and all of those wonderful things, you really need to reconsider what Lombardo's doing, because we, as an Oakhurst subdivision, have been fighting this for about 6 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Chris Eaker, 3836 South Point Prairie Road.
Go ahead, sir.
So, to address what you said, the map I got in the mail, it is adjoining, but that's different. That's fine. Point is, as a carpenter, the lady that owns the Lombardo home may like it now. Not that much longer. So, I mean, we've already gone through and approved the zoning, so now let's move on. If it's going to go to the city council, give them something that we can agree on. They want to see septic, we want to see it planned out per lot. They know where the lots are going to be. Then you should have an idea of where they dig the holes. They can do that now. They can do it before they build a home. It's required before you build a home. You should have all that information and what kind of system you're going to have. Do you have a mound system? Does it have to be pumped back uphill? Septic is a bear, especially if it's in the same dirt that my septic tank is in. It's going to eventually have issues. And right down the road, all that water that he's trying to control is going right into the creek. And that's an issue. That's going to be an issue here. It's going to be a bigger issue when you're bordering on bush wildlife, and they've got the same problems. You know, there's just, I agree with the lady that was just up here. This does seem like putting the cart before the horse a lot of times with these meetings. And that might be the way things go. But in the future, I think we need to work on communicating with the developers beforehand and getting a better plan instead of trusting them to do the right thing, because it's not in their best interest, and that's just the way capitalism works. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Hold on. Sir? Just come on up. Just wait here in line. Ma'am?
No, you're okay.
Ma'am, you're fine. You're fine. No.
Come on.
Come on. Just wait right there. Okay, there we go. 6 feet. We're in COVID, yeah.
Yeah, COVID, no COVID.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pays and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ann Thomas Smith. I reside at 50 Sprock Road, which is right on Highway Z, technically Sprock. We built about 4 years ago. The county requires you to have an engineer look at the lot before you do anything. You have your soil samples, they dig. There's such a huge process to it. Why would a developer do that before they're approved? I know you know that, but I don't think all of us out here always understand all the little things involved. I would encourage you to approve this. Of all of the developments we could have there, I would hate to see a higher density. It meets the 30-30 plan. Emotions are really high when we want to make changes, but in my mind it makes sense that this is not increasing traffic on Highway Z to the point that we're going to be Highway N or Highway K. And we are beginning to develop Highway Z with a better turn system at N and Z. The New Melle Fire Department is excellent. The Wentzville School District is wonderful. I just can't see this as a bad project, and I would hope you would approve it.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir.
My name's, go ahead.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pays and penalties of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and
My
address.
name's Gil Couture, 3465 Highway Z. I back up to the property. Lombardo Homes has a subdivision on Highway 94. It's 5-acre tracts. Why can't they put 5-acre tracts behind me? That's all I'm saying. One other thing. I built out here 8 years ago. The traffic on Z is really getting terrible. The amount of trucks coming out of that quarry and everything else, the road is in terrible condition. And you're going to put it, you know, if you put 5 acres, you got, what, 19 homes? You put 28 on there? That's at least 2 cars per family. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, members of the commission. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. I don't know about you, but I'm not convinced. Unfortunately, you approved the rezoning. I'm going to fight like heck to reverse your decision at the county council, and hopefully there's a remonstrance that will be filed. There have been no changes. Unfortunately, this developer has not come to the table prepared and has not come to the table with a finite preliminary plat here. I'm opposed to the 20-foot roadway. I would ask that the commission amend the roadway to 26 feet. Let's be realistic. As the one speaker said, people are going to have parties. People are going to park on the street, whether you have no parking signs or not. And so emergency response vehicles and school buses need to get through and need to have a clear path. This is more of a mere convenience for the developer and a less expense, more profit for the developer. It's basically cutting the red tape. It's cutting the red tape and giving a free pass here. And I'm tired of free passes being given to developers in my county.
Okay,
We need to put up,
hold. I'll remind people one more time, okay? Let the speaker speak.
we need to put a halt to these free passes and make sure that every developer is treated fairly on an even keel playing field and that we're not cutting people special deals. The septic field issue, we heard from the expert, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that person is a former county employee in charge of giving permits for septic systems, if I'm not mistaken. And so that is a primary public safety issue, and that needs to be addressed by this commission before going forward. The developer clearly is not meeting the county codified code, our basic minimum standards, and in my opinion is being given a free pass here. What about the new M4 standards of the Missouri Department of Natural Resources for water filtration and water quality that the county council passed unanimously in last year's county council session? No more of cutting corners. I ask county staff that from now on, applicants come prepared and come with fine, defined plans that meet the standards of our minimum standards of our county codified code. For those reasons, I humbly ask that you deny this application for preliminary plat 2306. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for PRE 23-04, the preliminary plat for Saxony Ridge located at 3866 South Point Prairie Road. Ask the applicant to come back. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none? Do you have anything, Mr. Team?
I'd be happy to say 20-foot standard paved road is the county standard. That's why we use that. So that's the reason for that road width that we have on the plans.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And I'm probably going to get in trouble for this from my wife, but
Speak.
I also live in Oakhurst. I was house one in Oakhurst. There are two water quality basins there. One is a retention, one is a detention. One was always intended to be a dry detention as approved by the city of O'Fallon. One was always intended to be wet as approved by the city of O'Fallon, and they both are that way currently. I understand my community would like to change one of those to both become wet, which I'm fine with my community wanting to make a change, but the community was developed exactly as designed and was approved exactly as designed.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Chair will bring PRE 23-04, preliminary plat for Saxony Ridge, back to the commission for consideration. Is there any questions, comments?
Yeah, first off, with regards to Highway Z and N, I do know that the county is, and MoDOT is working together to improve that road. In fact, I think the county just allocated $3 million for the preliminary design for that. So, and that is a MoDOT route that the county is participating in. With regards to septic, I'm pretty sure that's part of the building permit for the house, that there's going to have to be a septic study that's going to have to say that a septic system can work. And if they don't get that, they're not going to get a building permit. So that's standard procedure.
Any other questions or comments? Chair will entertain a motion to approve PRE 23-04 preliminary plat for Saxony Ridge. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Fromm, I gave you the motion. Mr. Cornwell, I gave you the session. Mr. Cleary, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Bamer?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Kirchner?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwall?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Preliminary plat's approved. Okay. Here we go. The next item on our agenda is zoning map amendment request located at 9260 and 10102 Highway Double D. Application number is RZ 23-06. Property owners are Tall Tree Farm LP and Canine Country Kennel and Farm LLC. Developer is KM Investment Group IV LLC. Current zoning is A Agricultural District. The proposed zoning is R1A, single-family residential, 1 acre minimum lot size, and R1E, single-family residential district, 7,000 square feet minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends low-density residential and rural residential land uses. The rezoning area is 356.14 acres, 23.86 acres to be rezoned R1A, and 329.28 acres to be requested rezoning to R1E. The location, 11 parcels fronting on Highway Double D between Wild Turkey Road and Schwady Road, adjacent to the city of O'Fallon and the Bush Wildlife Area. This is in Council District 2, north and west of Highway Double D, and Council District 3, south and east of Highway Double D. Staff.
As you mentioned, this is a proposed tall tree development, so there's 3 applications on tonight's agenda. All are related. So first, we're hearing a rezoning application, a zoning map amendment. Second, the applicant has a request for a conditional use permit having to do with the lot width and lot sizes. And then third, there's a preliminary plat. So the conditional use permit and preliminary plat reflect an assumption that the zoning would be approved. But all 3 are on the Planning Commission meeting tonight. And as you know, zoning applications and conditional use permits go to the county council, and plats are approved by this body unless they're disapproved by this body, in which case they're automatically appealed, so to speak, to the county council. So again, back to the rezoning requests. It involves 356 acres, 11 parcels in the Highway DD corridor on both sides of Highway DD, and it wraps around that curve on Highway DD crossing Darden Creek. And the development essentially extends between Wild Turkey Run on the north and Schwady Road on the south and Bromelsick Park. And involves 11 tracks again in that corridor. The 2030 master plan is an important part of this consideration. Let me start with the big picture. The 2030 master plan really kind of divides future development into 2 areas. And the division is what's called the urban service area. Within the urban service area, you might say urban or suburban development is envisioned in the future. Outside of that urban service area, future agricultural, rural residential, and parks and open spaces uses are envisioned. Now, how does that urban service area come about? That represents, at the best knowledge and thinking at the time of when the master plan was adopted, where in the future sanitary sewer service would be provided. So that urban service area, as a lot of people know, sanitary sewer service really drives development, and it really dictates where urban and suburban development is going to occur. Without sanitary sewer service, you're not going to have urban and suburban development. That urban service area has been in our master plan since 2008 and has not changed in its location since 2008. At that time in 2008, it was assumed that there would someday be a sewage treatment plant along Darden Creek about where this development is located. Instead, within the last couple of years, what's materialized is that Duckett Creek Sanitary District is building a sewage treatment plant, allowing the master plan's vision to be realized of future residential development, but not at this location, but instead about 1.75 miles to the northwest, still along Darden Creek, but a little bit northwest of here. Why that's significant is that this new sewage treatment plant, which they broke ground for this spring, once it's completed in 2024, the first phase of that will provide about 2.5 million gallons a day in wastewater treatment capacity. That 2.5 million gallons a day has allowed developments to be proposed and some to be approved. So in the last couple of years, we've had the Harvest at Hopewell development in the city of O'Fallon. We've had at Autumn Hollow in unincorporated St. Charles County. Both of those were approved, and now we have a third development that's being proposed and is under consideration tonight. And it's to be seen whether or not this will be approved. But all combined, those three developments represent about 1,800 homes altogether. And that's kind of a big picture overview of what's been going on. A lot of this is being driven by the availability of public sanitary sewer service. Again, the urban service area boundary bisects this proposed development, with the northern 3/4 of Tall Tree depicted as low-density residential within that urban service area, and the southern quarter of Tall Tree depicted as rural residential with less than one dwelling per acre. In terms of the master plans, how this relates to the master plan, I mentioned that 9 of the 11 tracks on the northern end do conform to the future low-density residential land uses when you compare that to the proposed Tall Tree development. That is 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. The southern 2 tracks that are towards the south along Schwady Road and backing up to Bromelsick Park, those 2 tracks are not in conformance with the future land use designation in the master plan. There's actually an overlay designation within the master plan that's on top of what I just talked about. Along waterways, such as Darden Creek, there's a defined flood zone, and in those defined flood zone areas, the master plan calls for future agricultural, conservation, and recreational uses. And I would note that that the plat that's being presented later on the agenda does just that. They're showing that what's identified as flood zones along Darden Creek would be set aside as in perpetuity as dedicated open space and owned and managed by a homeowners association. And as you know, Darden Creek flows through this development, and just to the east it enters the 7,000-acre Bush Memorial Conservation Area. So obviously people are concerned about what impact a development such as this might have. But when we get to the plat, I'll talk about how the proposed common ground offers a buffer and protects in terms of water quality flowing into the Bush Memorial Conservation Area. In summary, the proposed Tall Tree development, when you look at the zoning that's being proposed as applied to the plat, it's proposing 556 dwellings across 356 acres. That equates to a little over 1.5 homes per acre overall. Despite the zoning that's being requested as applied in terms of this development, again, we're talking about 1.5 homes per acre as would be developed. Part of the reason for that, again, is that that middle ground, so to speak, where Darden Creek flows through when you have that floodplain and is proposed to be set aside and not be developed. In some ways, you might see this as a proposed sort of a cluster development where you're moving the homes to areas that are better suited to be developed instead of flood zones and other areas like that. The County Council's Office has previously advised staff that rezoning applications are to be made, the vote is to be either in favor or against. There's not really the ability to say, well, we vote in favor of this part over here, but not over here, for instance. Or there's not really a way to vote and say that we would support a lesser zoning district instead of what's applied. So because of that, I feel like I should offer you a recommendation on how you might vote within that guidance from the County Council's Office. So my recommendation is that county staff recommends approval of the proposed zoning map amendment, and when it's considered as a whole, we see it as the proposed zoning districts on balance as conforming to the St. Charles County Master Plan. I would also note that we do so without benefit of hearing public input tonight. We do have 33 communications that we've received, written communications we received as of this afternoon, and those are attached in your packet online. I would also let everyone know that every written communication and all verbal communications taken here tonight, all of that is valuable, it's helpful, and they will be shared with not only the Planning and Zoning Commission, but also with the County Council and made part of the public record.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we will ask the applicant to come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brad Goss. My address is 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis, Missouri 63105. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I was going to present everything all as one presentation, but I can take them in parts, just go through the zoning, and then wait for the conditional use permit to come up, and then wait for the plat to come up, or I can do them all together so you have the context.
We'll just go ahead and, let's just go ahead and do it all together, and then if individual issues come up with the other two applications, we can address those.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So again, I'm Brad Goss. I represent the applicant. The applicant is KM Investment 4 LLC. Sean White is with me tonight from Crawford Bundy Braemeyer's Traffic Engineers, and she is going to present some remarks. Mr. Chairman, do you want to swear her in now, or do you want to swear her in when she comes up?
Let's wait and see.
Okay, so she'll be coming up to talk about our traffic study and when we get to the plating portion toward the end of the discussion. The site, as the staff had mentioned, is a 356-acre site. It is located along Highway D, Double D rather, on both sides of Double D in certain areas. To the north of the site and abutting the site are several developed subdivisions. The Summerlin subdivision with 3.4 units per acre, Preston Woods with 2.8 units per acre, and the Foxhaven subdivision with 2.3 units per acre, whereas what we are proposing in the Tall Tree subdivision is a subdivision of 1.56 units per acre, which is obviously less than the density of these subdivisions that we abut to the north of us. We extend all the way down to Schwede Road on that slide. In front of you, we are the parcel that's outlined in gray. There are 11 different parcels that are owned by 2 different entities that are unrelated. Tall Tree Farm Limited Partnership, and then Canine Country Kennel and Farm LLC. 9 of those 11 parcels are low-density residential on the master plan, which is 1 to 4 units per acre. And then there are 2 parcels that are indicated to be rural residential, which would be less than 1 unit per acre. But our overall density, as staff had noted, is 1.56 units per acre. This tract is a very large tract. It stretches 2 miles along Highway Double D. So I'm going to show you it's hard to get the overall tract on one slide. So what you're looking at right now are the northernmost development and the middle development on the site. The northernmost development is in the lower left on your screen, and then the middle portion of the development is on the right-hand part of the screen. The site, the development is going to have different housing types, and as a result, there are different lots that are proposed. There are 6 different types of lots that are proposed with different lot sizes. Those are geared to different home buyers, from those who are starting out to those who are empty nesters and looking to downsize, to all the way in between with families, et cetera, and moving up into a larger home. The parcels that you're looking at now, which we call the northern and middle parcel, the density on those 2 parcels is 1.72 units per acre. There are 3 types of lots there. The lots that are in red are the smallest lots, and that's on the northern parcel that's nearest to the school, with the idea being that those would be families with kids who would want to be closer to the school and would need a home that's less expensive. There are homes, lots that are in blue, which are 64-foot front width, and lots that are in purple that are 72-foot front width lot that are in that middle section. The southern section is a tract which has a density of 1.44 units per acre. There are 287 homes planned for that area. And again, we have 3 different lot sizes. The largest lot size is the 1-acre lots that are in the southwest corner of that site. It's kind of the dark maroon lot. And then you have some lots that are 9,300 square feet and 10,875 square feet as their minimum lot sizes. Obviously, the lot sizes will go up from there, but you have 3 different types of lots in that area. And again, that area will be, the builder in that area will be Lombardo. The builder in the northern areas is Fisher Homes, and I'll show you some examples of some of their homes later in the presentation. We did look at the question of annexation, and the reason I'm looking at it and I want to talk a little bit about it is because the question has come up a lot, whether this property can be annexed into the city of O'Fallon. And so I'm going to address it. There are 2 ways in which this property can be annexed into the city of O'Fallon. There are 2 different types of statutes. There's one in section 71.012 of Missouri statutes. And in order to annex the property using that method, all that needs to happen is a petition would be filed with the city of O'Fallon. A public hearing following public notice would occur. And then if within 2 weeks of that public hearing, there has to be a petition of at least 5% of the qualified voters in the city of O'Fallon. County voters don't count in this calculation under the statute. You look at the qualified voters in the city of O'Fallon, take 5%, and you have to have a petition signed by that many people within 2 weeks after the public hearing. If you don't have that petition submitted within that time frame, then it may proceed to an ordinance. If you do, then there's additional hearings that are called for. But otherwise, you just proceed to an ordinance, and the city can pass it. The second method to annex the property would be through section 71.014. They're different statutes. They're not the same. Section 71.04 merely requires a petition to be submitted to the city of O'Fallon in this case, that be signed and notarized by the owner of the property. The property is to be compacted contiguous, and the city has a meeting and a hearing and passes an ordinance. That's it. There is no specific percentage requirement specified in 71.014. There is another statute, 71015, which does have a percentage requirement, 15% of the, take 15% of the perimeter of the overall tract and do some math, and your tract that you're annexing cannot exceed the resultant math equation. That really doesn't apply here, but if it did apply, we can meet that requirement. We would annex the property in 3 different sections, which is allowed under state law. So the summary of that is that we are able to annex the property into O'Fallon should that come about. That is not what we desire to do. So I feel a little bit weird addressing that question, but it keeps coming up, so I'm addressing it. I'm giving you a comparison of the Harvest at Hopewell subdivision, which was very recently annexed into the city of O'Fallon, and Tall Tree. You can see in the Harvest at Hopewell is on the left-hand side of your screen. It's an extremely large subdivision. There is 1 point of connection with the Harvest at Hopewell. They use 71.012 to annex that property into O'Fallon and proceed to develop it. In our case, we have 3 different points of connection, which certainly exceed what the Harvest at Hopewell has as its development. Now, the Harvest of Hopewell, when it was developed with different sizes of lots, ranging from 20 feet, 38 feet, 42 feet, and 52 feet in width. All of those are much smaller than the lots we would propose in Tall Tree. The number of lots were 896 lots on approximately 200 acres, so the density was 4.35 units per acre. That's development in O'Fallon. Similarly, Streets of Caledonia. That was another O'Fallon development that took place recently. The homes there are on 47-foot wide lots. There are townhomes on 23-foot wide lots with 0 lot lines. And in one case, they have 108 townhomes on 6 acres, 6.67 acres. And their overall density in that development is 5.89 units per acre. So that's the type of development that takes place in O'Fallon. That's not what we want to do on this site. That's not the vision for Tall Tree. I do want to talk a little bit about the urban service area boundary that Robert mentioned. On the left-hand side of your screen is the urban service boundary as it was established back in 2008. And basically, it's the darker yellow areas where that urban service boundary would be, and that's where they thought the sewers could extend to. If you look on the right, that is the Duckett Creek service area. And that is what is obtained and can be sewered with this new sewer plant. There are over 18,000 acres of ground in that pink area or orangish area that can now be served by sanitary sewers through that sewer plant. As Robert said, that sewer plant, they've started work on it, should be ready in the fall of 2024, and it's certainly within a distance of our site in order to provide sanitary sewers. And on the Duckett Creek map, I put a circle in red as to where our site is located. So you can see we're at the very northern edge of that service area. So the 2030 County Master Plan does have certain goals and requirements, and so we did review that. Chapter 5 with respect to natural resources asks that we prudently manage the floodplain development and that we preserve riparian corridors. I will show you that we do that with this development. Chapter 6 on land use provides for the coordination of zoning for land uses where utilities and infrastructure can be provided. And as I just covered, there will be sanitary sewers provided for this entire tract from Duckett Creek Sanitary District. Water is already available from Public Water District Number 2, and Spire will be able to provide gas, and will provide our electric through Quiver River. Secondly, the timing of the development is supposed to coordinate with the provision of public utilities. And as Duckett Creek's plant will come online in 2024, you will see later that our first homes aren't going to be started until 2025. So we're not going to have homes being built without the public utilities being present, and that again is what the master plan calls for. The master plan also calls for encouraging developments that retain natural vegetation. That's what we've done with this development. We've set aside 126 acres as common ground. We've preserved 84 acres of wooded area. That's double the amount of wooded area that the county requires. The county would require 40 acres, and so we're far exceeding that requirement. Lastly, the master plan suggests or states as a goal that developments connect parks throughout the county. Our development does that. We provide a trail system up and down Highway Double D along the perimeter of our development. We provide a connection over to Bromlesick Park along Schwady Road. We're putting in a trail. And then there's the gravel road to the east that's existing that we will leave in place that provides connection to Brom Park. So now the county parks will be connected through this development. So I believe we are implementing the 2030 County Master Plan in what we're proposing here. We are avoiding development of all the riparian corridors in the floodplain that's located on the site. Our plan does preserve 126 acres of common area. That's 35% of the site. Duckett Creek's service area extends well beyond us and thus extends the urban service area south on Highway Double D and Highway D, as well as the entire Highway Z corridor. Utilities will be available to the entire site and far south on Highway D and Double D. And overall, the site density is 1.56 units per acre, which complies with master plan density over much of the site. The avoidance of the floodplain is what's causing us to shift some of our development and cause some slightly higher density in the south than what the master plan would call for. And the lots do become larger as we proceed down Highway Double D. The smallest lots are up by the school. As you move down the development, as you saw from the earlier slide, they become larger, and the lots next to Bromlesick Park are all 1 acre lots in size. And finally, we are providing the trail system to connect the county parks. Those are all implementing the master plan. We are seeking a conditional use permit with respect to a setback from 7 foot to 6 foot, and for lot width to allow a reduction from 70 feet in lot width to 60 feet in lot width as the smallest lot. That is allowed under the county code by a conditional use permit. And so when we do that, there'll be 29 lots out of the 556 lots that would have a 60-foot width, and there would be another 109 lots that would have the 64-foot width. Again, those are located in the northern part of the site. We are not providing lots of 6,000 square feet. Our smallest lot is going to be 7,500 square feet, so that part of the conditional use permit is not something that we are relying upon or seeking to take advantage of. Just again to go briefly through what we're trying to do with this project and with the conditional use permit, we are reducing the lot width. If you look at this slide, you can see the lots that are the 60-foot front foot. Those are the bright red lots. Those are in the very north, in the interior of that part of the development. and then the blue lots that are a 64-foot width. Again, those are generally up in the most northern part of the development. There are none of those lots. We're not asking for any kind of conditional use permit allowance with respect to any lots in the south, where Lombardo will be building homes. And we're also asking, again, that the lot side yard setback be reduced by 1 foot in depth. So the conditional use permit, in terms of its criteria for approval, there are 5 criteria, and the staff did go through this in their staff report. We are not to be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare by this conditional use permit request. As the staff has noted in their recommendation, the lots that we're requesting that we reduce in width are all internal to the development. And so it is not anticipated that there's going to be any impact, certainly visually. And the traffic flow that would be, has already been addressed in the traffic study, and that's something that Sean White will go through later. And these lots, it's going to result in 20 additional lots. That will have no impact whatsoever of any appreciable impact on traffic. So this conditional use permit is not going to impact traffic by adding 20 lots as far as that goes. Secondly, we are not to injure the use and enjoyment of other property. Again, the lots that we're talking about adjusting in size, those are largely internal to the development, and so there's not going to be an impact outside of the development in terms of people driving by and saying, wow, we think that's really small, or we're concerned about what's happening in this development, it's out of keeping. Certainly when they drive a little bit further up the road, they'll hit the subdivisions I mentioned earlier, Summerlin, Preston Woods, those subdivisions. They have smaller lots than we're proposing. The conditional use permit also requires that we not injure the aesthetic or scenic views in the vicinity, as the staff has noted, because we're doing this lot adjustment internally. There are no smaller or narrow lots that are next to Bromelsick Park. We're not impacting the scenic view by virtue of having some relief with respect to these lots. We also are not to impair the property values within the neighborhood. I hadn't talked about the property values, but where they will start, homes are going to start in at $375,000 on these lots that we've been talking about, the 60-foot and 64-foot lots, and those will go up. Those are being built by Fisher. The homes they're building will be from $350,000 up to $750,000. The homes that Lombardo will build will start at $750,000 and go up beyond $1 million. So this conditional use permit is not going to cause an impairment on the property values of the homes that are around us. Lastly, we are not to impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of the surrounding community. Again, I don't believe our plan is doing that. Essentially, what this plan is doing is a form of cluster development because of the amount of common ground and common area we're setting aside and the way that we are concentrating our development on the site. With regard to the preliminary plat, as I mentioned, we do have 356 acres overall. Our average lot size is roughly 14,600 square feet. We are providing 126 acres of common ground. There will be covenants and restrictions with this development. There will be a homeowners association that will be managing the common area and ensuring that the covenants are complied with. The tree coverage, as I said, 84 acres of trees are being preserved. There are also 11 acres of lakes that are being provided on the site. We're also providing, as part of this, water quality treatment with respect to any stormwater that would be generated by this site in compliance with all of the county requirements. All of the utilities that are needed for this property and this development are being provided and will be available. With respect to the home sizes, Lombardo's homes will start at 2,100 square feet and go up to 3,400 square feet with their smallest series, which they call the Nature Series. They're building a second series, which is the Tradition Series, and those homes range from 2,600 to 4,000 square feet in size. Fisher's homes will range from 1,300 square feet to 5,000 square feet in size, and I've already mentioned the property, price points at which those will sell. With respect to the project overview and phasing, this project will develop over a period of time. It is not going to happen instantly. And so there have been concerns raised about, oh my goodness, we're going to have 556 homes right away on this site. That's simply not the case. With respect to phase one, that would be developed commencing in 2024. The development wouldn't be completed until 2025, so 2 years from now. Homes would not begin construction until 2025. And occupancy would take place starting in 2026 through 2029 in phase B, in 1B, which is to the south. That's going to take about 5 years to build out. The northern phase, more like probably 2 to 3 years for total build out when you're building homes. Phase 2, which is on the middle part of our site. That is not going to commence development until 2025. Development completed in 2026. Homes wouldn't start there until 2026, and you wouldn't see occupancy of those homes until 2027. And with respect to phase 3, homes, again, development would start in 2025 through 2026, but homes wouldn't start until 2027 with occupancy planned in 2028. So we're in 2023 now. There'll be homes that will be building out and finishing in 2028 with this project. There is a phase 4 with 17 lots. It's very small. There's really no projection for that. It would happen beyond 2028 if it were to occur at all. I think it's significant that when we look at this development, we look at the green space and we look at the floodplain that's on this site. The floodplain and floodway is shown in blue on the slide that you're looking at. And there are two areas of floodplain that cross the property, one to the north and the one kind of going through the center, separating what we call the middle development from the south development. And as what you can see there is we've completely left those alone. We're not reclaiming that. We're leaving that undeveloped, and we're leaving a very, very large buffer with respect to that and preserving all of the trees in that area. And again, that is to comply with the master plan. Now, what that does is it means that I have slightly more density on my southern parcel because I'm shifting that development from the floodplain slightly down to the southern part of the site. We are providing the trail that's shown on this slide all the way along Highway Double D, and then the existing gravel surface trail will remain in place on the east, and then we're adding a trail that is on our west along Schwady Road. With respect to the homes that we're building, I'm going to give you some images of some elevations. I've already talked about the price point and the size of those homes. These are homes being built by Lombardo Homes and Fisher Homes, again, for all price points and for different types of homeowners. So with that, I would like to turn the presentation over to Sean White to talk about traffic.
You solemnly swear or affirm everything you say in this proceeding will be the truth, nothing.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm just hoarse.
Okay.
Okay, try this again. Yeah. You solemnly swear. Go ahead. You're sworn in.
I do.
I need a drink of water.
Good evening, Chairman and members. I'm Sean White.
12,400 Olive Boulevard, St. Louis, Missouri, 63141. Good evening, Chairman, members of the Commission. I am an associate with CBB Transportation Engineers and Planners, and I have about 25 years of experience in traffic engineering. As a professional engineer, my responsibility is to provide an unbiased study based on the facts. What is a traffic impact study? So as traffic engineers, our role is to assume that a project is going to be approved, and if built and successful, most new developments will generate more traffic, which will have some level of impact. A traffic study determines the current operating conditions, projects the future operating conditions, and then compares the two to determine the level of impact. If impacts are notable, mitigating measures are investigated. Ultimately, the traffic study recommends improvements that will allow the proposed development to be accommodated. For example, what's needed to make the traffic work, assuming the project is approved. There has been extensive coordination with St. Louis County and MoDOT throughout this study process. CBB and the development team met with St. Charles County and MoDOT at the start of the process to determine the required scope of work for the traffic impact study. For example, what study intersections should be looked at, the analysis scenario, the growth assumptions. The scope of work and the study methodology was dictated by the county and MoDOT. We also provided the county and MoDOT a technical memo, which summarized the existing traffic volumes, the 2027 base scenario, the projected tall tree, site trips and distribution, as well as the 20-year assumptions, and we gained their consensus on all of that prior to completing the actual traffic analyses. The traffic study was submitted to the county and MoDOT for their review on May 1st of this year. So this slide depicts the study site and study intersections along Highway DD from Summers Road down to Schwede Road. As depicted in the site, the development would be served via several new drives on Highway DD at location, well, probably can't see the letters from here, but at locations C, E, G, and H on that slide. This depicts the existing traffic volumes that were collected. The counts were collected in March of 2023. For anyone who's maybe seen a draft of the traffic study that was submitted, there was an error in there that it said March of 2022. So just to clarify, all of the counts were collected in March of 23. The intersections were all counted from 6:30 to 9 in the morning, 9 a.m., and from 2 to 6 in the afternoon. The study evaluated several scenarios. So the 2027 base conditions included several area approved developments that are currently under construction or approved, those being Harvest, Autumn Hollow, Shady Creek, Amberley, and Wesley. So all of the traffic that's generated from all of those approved subdivisions is included in our base scenario. And then on top of that, then we had the tall tree trips to determine our 2027 build conditions, and then we also looked at 20-year conditions for this study. Kind of fast forwarding through the lengthy traffic study, we'll just jump to the recommended improvements. Based on the findings of the study, separate left turn lanes are recommended on Highway DD. And again, it's hard to see this, but left turn lanes are pretty much recommended at all of the site drives. And then right turn lanes are recommended at a couple of the locations also. With the proposed improvements, all the study intersections as well as the proposed site drives are forecasted to operate acceptably. There's continued study of the Highway DD corridor. The county is currently constructing Lake St. Louis Boulevard extension that will eventually tie into the intersection of Highway DD and Deer Road at a new roundabout. Additionally, the county has initiated a traffic safety and operations study at the Highway DD corridor to determine the feasibility of various roadway improvement concepts, specifically the cross-section of the roadway, to improve safety and operations along the corridor. It's also important to note that there will be no owner-occupied homes until at least 2026, with the build-out occurring between 2026 and about 2032. So there's plenty of time for the planned roadway improvements to be built. And in discussions with the county, they're optimistic that with the additional tall tree development, the desired road improvements along Highway DD will receive East-West Gateway funding as traffic volumes drive the selection process by East-West Gateway. So when we look at, there's several current roadway projects in the vicinity, so I think everyone knows this area is vast, is growing rapidly. So as shown on this map, there's several projects that are in the works by MoDOT, St. Charles County, City of O'Fallon, including the Deer Road reconstruction, Summers Road widening, the Lake St. Louis Boulevard extension and improvements at the intersection with Highway DD, the Hopewell and Highway N intersection improvements, the Hopewell Road improvements, as well as the Highway N corridor study that's going on to look at the cross-section ultimately that would be moved forward with on Highway N. So with that, I know that's brief, but I'm happy to answer questions or as you have them.
Any questions for the applicant?
Did you, the numbers were hard to read on that. Did you anticipate how many additional cars would be generated at the end of development? I think there's 556 lots.
I assume you probably have this. On page 16 of the traffic study, in the morning peak hour, the build-out of the development would have 95 new trips entering, 290 exiting, for a total of 390. In the PM, there would be 330 entering, 195 exiting, for a total of 525.
And is that based on how many, is there a typical car per household that is based on?
Right, so as traffic engineers, we use what's called the ITE Trip Generation Manual, which is a publication by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. It's used by every single traffic engineer in the United States. So that manual looks at hundreds of different land uses, one of them being single-family homes, and they've counted hundreds of single-family homes, and so they'll count this 100-home subdivision, come up with what it generates, and then this 200-home subdivision, this 50-home subdivision, this 500, there's hundreds of studies, and then all of those come together, and they develop an average rate that each home will generate. So yes, a single-family home typically, on average, generates one trip in the PM peak hour per home. Now, we're talking about 1 hour of the day. Over the course of a day, a home will generate approximately 10 trips.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Regarding the density, I noticed a lot of the density that was taken here on the locations surrounding subdivisions were more in the city of O'Fallon, where it is more dense. Did you guys look at what the calculation was for Avondale Meadows and Avondale Hills and some of the other subdivisions to the south along Highway DD? Just seems like that's a lot less dense than what you see up in O'Fallon.
Yes, it certainly would be, because they're on septic. They don't have sanitary sewers. And so the point I was trying to make is, when you have sanitary sewers, and now that entire DD and D corridor will now be served by sewers, you end up with denser development. And that's why those developments in O'Fallon, which are served by sanitary sewers, have a denser development. I'd note that Avondale, which is next to us, I didn't mention this in the presentation, but one of the things that we did with Avondale was to, if you look at the lower part of that plan, there is a lake on the western boundary. There's some yellow lots below it, and there is a green space above that. The green space is about 10-plus acres. We are not touching that. Avondale is beyond it. We're leaving that alone. And the lake that is there, it's about a 4-acre lake. We're also leaving that alone. And that's a product of our reworking the plan and having conversations with people about what we should be doing with this plan in terms of impact. So that's one of the ways in which we're trying to accommodate that. If you look at Avondale and the size of Avondale, we have 126 acres of preserved, we're not touching it, common space. Avondale's about 200 acres. So that gives you an idea that in terms of our development, proportionally, we're leaving as much or more aside as what you would anticipate, even with that kind of development. And that's what the staff comments have noted. But that's why we didn't look at the areas to the south. It's just a different form of development. But what we did do was increase our lot sizes as we moved down, and so that the amount of our excess, if you will, in the south is 1.27 acres, if I remember, 1.27 homes per acre. So it's like a quarter of a home per acre greater than the one or less that the rural residential would call for. But in the north, where we could have up to 4 homes per acre, we're like at 1.7, which is how we end up with our 1.5 homes per acre overall. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yep.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we will open the public hearing for zoning map amendment request located at 9260 and 10102 Highway Double D. Now, I will remind everyone that we're only talking about the rezoning, and the primary issue is density. Drainage, traffic, etc. We'll have 2 more public hearings tonight regarding this project. We have the conditional use permit, which is the smaller lots, and then we have the preliminary plat, which addresses traffic, drainage, and those things. So in this first public hearing, we're primarily talking about the rezoning request, okay? 3 minutes, okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Ashley Salazar.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I got married at Bush Wildlife. What I have prepared today is a statement about conservation. 1 acre of land is home to over 400 million insects. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the sheer magnitude of life teeming within such a small space. Each tiny creature plays a crucial role in the delicate web of life, contributing to the intricate balance of our natural world. Deep within the name August A. Bush Memorial Conservation lies a love story that transcends notions of romance. It is a love story intertwined with nature, a testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the environment we inhabit. Bush Wildlife is not merely a patch of land. It is a sanctuary of love and dedication. In the name itself, we find the eternal love that Alice Bush had for her late husband, dedicating this space to protect and preserve wildlife. Within its bounds, Bush Wildlife is a testament to the profound bond between humans and the natural world, a bond that transcends time and reminds us of our responsibility to be stewards of this land. Yet, as the harmony of Bush Wildlife is under threat, a proposed nearby development seeks to disrupt the delicate balance, replacing the vibrant tapestry of life with concrete and steel. 1,800 new houses loom on the horizon, each one representing the potential loss of a chapter in the love story of Bush Wildlife tells. We must reflect on the consequences of our actions and ask ourselves, what will be the legacy we leave behind? As bulldozers advance, habitats will crumble, and the inhabitants near Bush Wildlife will be forced to flee. The once thriving ecosystems will be silenced, and the sympathy of life will fade away. We must consider the fireflies. Those who enchanting creatures glow intensifies as the solstice, which is tonight, draws near. Their love story, entwined with the rhythms of nature, teaches us that when we disrupt the delicate balance, we risk losing the magic that defines our world. The consequences extend far beyond the wildlife. The very fabric of our environment is at stake. Bush Wildlife serves as a vital ecological refuge, purifying our air, cleansing our water, and providing sanctuary for countless species. It stands as a testimony to the interconnectedness of all life and the intricate dance that sustains us. To forsake this love story is to jeopardize our own existence, our counties, for we are intricately linked to the health of our environment. Let us not forget the impact Bush Wildlife has on our community. It is a place where families bond, where children discover the wonders of nature, where souls find solace, where people get married. The loss of any of this sanctuary means more than the destruction of trees and animals. It means the loss of space that we nourishes our souls, inspires our minds, and connects us to something greater than ourselves. We owe it to our community to preserve this love story for future generations. Today, as we stand at the crossroads of development and preservation, we must summon the courage to protect the love story that bush wildlife represents. Let us speak for the fireflies who guides us, for the wildlife that calls this sanctuary home, and for the love story that has woven its way into our hearts. Together, we can illuminate the path of preservation, ensuring that bush wildlife remains an everlasting testament to love, resilience, and the beauty of our natural world. In the face of this imminent threat, we possess the power to make a difference. Let us not allow short-term gains to overshadow the lasting impact we can create. We are the guardians of this land, the custodians of this love story. Let us rise united in our love for bush wildlife and advocate for its preservation. Together, we can ensure future generations will witness the wonder and embrace the love story that unfolds within these sacred grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name for the record. Name and address, excuse me.
Katie Leonard, 3 Country Acres Court, St. Peters, Missouri. Much of my argument and wording comes from the 2030 Master Plan's own verbiage, and the proposed zoning and development does not conform to the plan or comply with conditions under Section 405-510B. Therefore, the county's suggested approval of this is nonsensical. Allowing the development to move forwards may be detrimental to or endanger public health, safety, or the general welfare. This development is an agricultural district with floodway or floodway fringe overlay developments. Issues stated in the master plan demonstrate current problems the county faces that are likely to arise during this development as well. Stormwater management efforts are too fragmented to effectively manage runoff as impervious surfaces increase. Prime farmland is a finite resource which is being lost over time due to development. Forested lands and wetlands are being lost. Air and water quality has the potential to decrease with development, and floodplains continue to face pressure for development. The impacts of wastewater and stormwater runoff are considerable environmental concerns for St. Charles County residents. Developing in this area will increase the likelihood that residents will face environmental issues in contrast to the goal to protect people and property from flooding by avoiding or reducing development in areas naturally unsuited for development. The parks in the surrounding vicinity provide opportunity to connect nature and people and are supposed to be used to preserve natural resources and land for current and future generations. Development will bring construction, sight, and sounds, increase traffic, negatively affect surrounding wildlife, decrease native populations, increase human-wildlife conflict, increase bird window collisions, and increase noise and light pollution for both wildlife and humans, for instance, affecting stargazing at the astronomy tower at Brownell Lake Park. The quiet nature of these areas are attractive features that people value, and this development would diminish the desire to occupy this area, including by current residents who moved here for this peaceful nature. Uncertainties with state and federal funding for future road improvements and concerns of alleviation congestion on current road systems is already an issue the county is facing, so this provides little confidence that these small, windy, congested areas will be unimpeded for normal and orderly development. This also ignores the fiscal dynamics of St. Charles County. As stated in the master plan, 2/3 of workers living in St. Charles County commute to work outside of the county for their primary jobs, which would create more transportation issues. 23% of homeowners have housing costs that exceeds 30% of family income, resulting in a housing burden. This development targets first-time homebuyers, step-up homebuyers, empty nesters, and older people, many of which are unlikely to be in the financial position to afford these homes. People already struggle with the median prices around $225,000. Therefore, the proposed $375,000 to $1 million per house is not feasible. This is why I speak in opposition to this rezoning and development, and why I believe it is your duty to deny this request, as it goes against the 2030 Master Plan and promises made to citizens, severing public trust in the St. Charles County government. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Helen Proctor II. I live at number 2 Chabanel Drive, Defiance, Missouri.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I happen to be the niece of Jack and Betty Bromelsick. So I live right by Bromelsick Park. It's my backyard. And I thank the Lord that my Uncle Jack had the foresight to do what he did with his property and not turn it over to developers. With that being said, I hope that you take into consideration his foresight, and all of us that have lived out here and sewers do not make better property, and the fact that you can have smaller lots because your wastewater goes someplace else. It's not just the sewers that make our properties. It's our land and it's our everything that goes with it that makes our better properties. So you need to consider not just what he could have done and sold his property, which was almost 500 acres at one point, actually more than that, and made a bundle of money. Instead, he sold it for a very small amount and gave the land basically to the county. Now we have people that have lots of land that are trying to sell it for a lot of money for little bitty parcels and not taking any of this into consideration for tiny, I don't know what people want to consider lives in their little postage stamp lots. Yes, they're supposed to be bigger. But I feel like we're getting threatened by annexation, which I do not appreciate the sense of blackmail. And I think that needs to be, I'm not trying to raise these, I'm not trying to go for that. I'm trying to make a point. Blackmail is not the way to go. That logical decision is the way to go. And please take our plans that are set in your plans that you've developed and use those when making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Shane Grasser. I live at 907 Jack Rabbit Court, St. Peters, Missouri. I'm going to be very brief. You know, I know there's a lot of people here that don't like this development. I believe there's going to be a lot more people who benefit from the development. You know, you've got a lot of homeowners that are going to have new homes out of this. I've been in construction for over 40 years. There's going to be a lot of good union construction jobs that are generated here, not to mention all the jobs that are generated by the people who provide goods and services for these homeowners. So on behalf of the people, those families that are going to benefit from this development, I would respectfully request that you approve this application. So.
Thanks, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My legal name is Jose Sarmiento Larizabal. I live in 631 North 5th Street, Apartment 5, St. Charles, Missouri. That is across the street from the Catholic Church. You can feel the guilt every hour on the hour with each tolling of the bell. Yes, I told that to a priest at Pride St. Charles 2019. But anyway, I'm an urban boy. I don't like suburbs. I don't like rural areas. But my friends do care about this place. And I don't have any specifics on this, but I do want to point out that if you're going to bulldoze this enchanted forest that these people love, you're going to be turning it into suburbs filled with lawns. Lawns are extremely wasteful. Historically, they were used by rich people in Europe to show that, look, I am super rich. I don't need to use this land for anything other than grass. And the problem here in America is that the lawns we use, the grass we use, aren't exactly indigenous to the area, which means they use a lot of water. I believe someone mentioned that there was an issue with the water supply in several subdivisions here. And moving on, suburbs are really bad for children's mental health. I don't have a list of documents to give to you, but I do recommend watching the video on YouTube, Why We Won't Raise Our Kids in Suburbia. It is an open-air prison for kids. It is boring as heck. And as someone who lived a significant part of his life here in America in suburbs, it is not automatically safer than the cities. The cities have more crime because there's more people there. And the suburbs, their newspapers are underfunded. In my suburb, back when I lived in suburbia, there was a guy who really, really liked children. It was not reported in the news. There was someone who died next to me her death was not reported. Someone had a domestic dispute. It was never reported. So suburbs feel a lot safer than they really are. And speaking from personal experience, with developers, if you don't require them to get everything done the first time, they will pack up and leave. The specific developer I'm talking about is the one that developed Crooked Creek in Moscow Mills, Missouri. Basically, they got approved to do their subdivision, 4 phases, and the city of Troy and city of Moscow Mills said, hey, this is a floodplain, y'all got to build a retaining pond. And they said, no. They abandoned it after 1/4 of the entire development. And the county had to, I believe, purchase the property and develop it themselves at their own expense. So yeah, that's it. Please don't demolish Enchanted Forest. I don't want to get turned into a newt. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Shay Seaver. I'm 1069 Highway Double D.
Go ahead, sir.
It's hard for me not to be emotional here. My grandfather bought land in 1972, Sorensen Kennels. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with it. And seeing this development go on, and the 2030 plan here that's going on, closed my mom's business down that she worked for her whole life. Only yet to build more homes. But is that the 2030 plan to close local businesses down? That's what I'm here for. It makes no sense to me. She built that for 2 years. And now it said they want more architectural. But 1,000 more homes are okay? And no more agriculture? It was a small company. The county shut down. And then now because it didn't fit the 2030 agenda. I worked for a lot of these companies, Lombardo, McBride. I work for them. I see the work they do. And trust me, I get a lot of work out of them after they move out of those neighborhoods because they have nothing but problems. Their houses are built like crap. They're not built with, they throw them up, they sell the people crap, and they make money off of it. And trust me, that's all I do. I work at Wingate a lot because all I'm doing is repairing these companies that are sitting here trying to sell you these land propositions crap. They don't build quality homes. When they build quality homes was whenever I was growing up out in Defiance, there was 5-acre lots. It was a minimum. And there were neighborhoods in there, so I want a minimum of 5-acre lots. Not these bounced up together houses where you got a 10-foot section in between each house. That does not build, and just like this last guy said, that builds more crime, more traffic, and that's the other thing is about traffic. If you're gonna build all these neighborhoods out here, can you please update the roads? I worked for Shoulders for Safety. I was a part of that group that got shoulders out here on Highway Double D and Double D through the wildlife area. That was a part of my goal because I lost a lot of friends on those roads. Can you imagine how many more lives are gonna be lost out there until you do that? Go down Highway N on 5 o'clock one day. See how long it takes you to get home because there's frickin' one lane backed up for 2 miles and try to pick your kid up for school. I can't even get out of the Wingate neighborhood if I want to. It takes me 10 seconds or 10, 20 minutes to get out of there just to make one right turn. This proposition is ridiculous and it doesn't make any sense for our community. It's not gonna do any good at all. And it's gonna bring more crime, more problem. You're gonna have to put more police out there too. I'm sorry, I yield.
Thanks, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Tom Regan. I live at 306 Quail Hollow Drive in the Fox Haven subdivision. I'd like to make a recommendation that that 2030 master plan be modified and change this development to 5-acre lots. The minimum lot size of 5-acre lots to preserve the rural area, the wildlife habitat, and the impact of bush wildlife from both humans and wildlife. I looked at the math in the newspaper article and how R1A is 23.86 acres. How you're going to get 25 1-acre minimum lots from that 23.86 acres is above me. That's not my math. Let me see here. The cars added to DD and Summers Road. Summers Road and DD is a nightmare. I challenge anybody to stand out there for an hour. There's a little bitty sidewalk, but you're going to get scared there. People are flying by at 60 miles an hour, running red lights, flying around the corner. There's kids coming out of Fox Haven subdivision. Do you know there's a crosswalk there? Because I'll bet most of the people running the red lights have no idea. Schools are already crowded. That's going to mean more taxes for us. The police, fire, ambulances are already stressed. That's more taxes for us. Our real estate taxes went up 20% this year. My personal property taxes, well, my 4-year-old Honda's worth more today than it was 4 years ago when I bought the thing, for taxation purposes. This development belongs on Highway K, Bryan Road, not on rural DD. Anybody drive down DD west of Summers Road? No. Less than 5 acres is unacceptable. 6 homes per acre is just ridiculous. The only person that will benefit from this high-density subdivision is the developer, not the surrounding neighbors, not the schools, not the police, fire, ambulances, city worker. This is a disaster in the making that will result in higher taxes for all of us. We need to change this to 5-acre lots. I don't need higher taxes. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Nate DeLuca, 9 Foxwood Drive, Lake St. Louis, Missouri, 63367. Hello, my name is Nate DeLuca, and I represent Foxwood Estates. I'm the HOA president for 60 residents and 21 homes that border the proposed subdivision to the north. I respect the landowner's rights to sell their land. One of them is my neighbor, and we've spoken across the fence in my backyard. What we are asking is that the developers of the 2 landowners what we are asking is that the developers the 2 landowners partnered with demonstrate the same mutual respect for us and develop the land into a subdivision that is similar and complementary to its surroundings. The smallest parcel of land that this project will border is 3 acres. To put that in perspective, 3 acres is 7 times the area of this arena. By contrast, 545 out of the 556 homes, 98% will have a side yard of 6 feet. That's 12 feet between houses. Our request is that whatever lot touches 3 acres should be 3 acres. And one question I had for Mr. Bloss.
Sir, questions have to come this
sorry.
way.
One of his slides showed that the proposed subdivision touched O'Fallon in 3 acres, and from my reckoning, it only touches it, in 3 spots, and from my GIS research, it only touched it in 2 spots. So if he could maybe bring back up that slide when he has his rebuttal and show us the 3 spots, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
You You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Eric Fields. I live at 11 Wild Turkey Run, Fallon. Since we're going to be up here for all three of these issues in a row, I'll just stick with the zoning part. My property borders the far eastern edge of the northernmost development here, where the highest density homes are going in. This 1.56 homes per acre is just a aggregate of the entire, all three sections. So that first part there is not 1.56. I don't have the numbers in front of me to tell you what they are, but that's not what the case of that first northernmost part is. I also, the southern end of my property backs up to Bush Wildlife. The entire western side of my line is a dry creek / wet creek drain into Bush. The creek follows down and actually does dump in a little bit further down. There's a massive watershed that was not included in any of the studies for the eastern side of this proposed development that would be heavily affected by any kind of mass residential facilities being put in there, homes, bunched homes like that. You're looking at a massive runoff of whatever water comes from homes. You're talking chlorine from pools, you're talking salt from pools, you're talking soap from washing cars in driveways, all that kind of stuff. So that wasn't even addressed. As far as the idea that this would somehow be beneficial to the people living there, it's been stated on DD. DD is not prepared for these vehicles. It's just not. There's a stoplight being put in at the top of my driveway, supposed to be before this next school year, just for the school. The road's not ready for this traffic. The schools are already overloaded. They're not ready for residential improvements on this size. Some of the other speakers have talked about the one home on 5 acre lots. I would tend to strongly agree with that. This is a large area. It does border Bush Wildlife, a large part of Bush Wildlife, and it would be more appropriate for any home sites that are built there to do as little to no changes to Bush as possible. And like I said, I think that's all I'll talk about with the zoning, and I'll just wait for the other parts for the rest of it.
Thank you, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Belinda Edwards, 17 Wilderness Lane, Defiance, Missouri. It's going to be emotional for me. I haven't spoken in public in 30 years, so forgive me if I'm not very good at this, unless you want to count screaming at football games. We came here and brought my children here 4 years ago from a community that did exactly what you are doing now to this area. O'Fallon, Illinois was my hometown, and I loved it very much. If you look at it now, it's nothing like what it was before. It started 6 years ago, I believe it was, when they sold off a huge parcels, plural, of farmland. And it started a landslide of other farmers doing the same thing. Now we have, I'm gonna go back to my paper, hundreds of acres, of course, of homes that look like that, which to me are actually kind of ugly. I don't consider that beautiful. Our land is beautiful, and they can't wait to get their hands on it. With that came an explosion of population like you can't even imagine. You can look at the numbers and see it for yourself. Our schools went down by almost 20% in the first year as these homes that they built were populated. Crime was off the charts. A woman was burned in the park where my children played soccer a couple weeks before we left. The automobile traffic, you can't even imagine. Everything was a nightmare, and it wasn't prior to that. As we speak now, hundreds of acres, many hundreds of acres of land near me have already been bulldozed. There are bulldozers right there, right now on NZDD Hopewell. It's horrible, it's ugly, it's making everyone unhappy. We have terrible traffic problems. The infrastructure will never stand up to this. It didn't in O'Fallon, Illinois. They promised it would. They promised we'd have great tax revenues. Now, we spend more on police, fire, road, schools. Our schools were a nightmare. So our infrastructure on Double D cannot handle this. We live a mile away from the quarry. We feel the booms 3 times a week from the explosions. So we can't handle this. You're not going to be able to actually do what you think you can do there. So we cannot sustain 300-plus homes and all of the people that will crowd into our roads, onto our street, onto our schools. And you are displacing people who've lived there since the 60s and 70s, and they love their land. They love where they are. What I really hope is that you will not vote for this today. You will vote it down. I do think the 3-acre and the 5-acre is the secret to keeping and maintaining the beautiful land that is around us, including bush wildlife. It's already a disaster to drive down those roads and to try to do things. It's going to get much worse. So please, don't let this meeting be a Trojan horse where you're just here to rubber stamp these things. Please vote no on this one, because this one you have a long line of people and bigger crowds who don't want this. So please vote it down. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard West. I live at 4542 Highway Z in New Melly, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
As a retired mayor of New Melly, a current landowner within 5-mile radius, and a current sitting state representative, I represent this area 100%. Zoning was planned with residents, businesses, and county input. My question is, was the applicant or current landowner involved in that planning and zoning at the time? If they were happy to accept the taxation of agricultural land and not pay the taxes to help develop our infrastructure so that later on we would be able to have developments like this. Now, after years of paying lower taxes at a lower rate, property owners and developers want to make changes to zoning for their benefit, affecting the property values, quiet enjoyment of property, and the landscape of our communities. As had been mentioned before, the traffic, crime, police services, fire services, EMS services, and most important, our schools. Our schools are already taxed with the overdevelopment of St. Charles County, specifically southern and western St. Charles County. I have a fact that Representative Tricia Burns, who represents Wentzville today, had a discussion with PWSD, and 40% of our water, 40% of the water coming to St. Charles County is coming from St. Louis County because we cannot supply our own water here. That is due to our well contamination issues and some other issues we're having. And lastly, the elephant in the room, and I have statistics to prove this, I am currently working on legislation with Tricia Burns about the radiation and D&D and TNT issues in the area. I urge you to talk to the people in my district who have had cancer, have had family members die of cancer, and are currently sick with cancer. And I urge that if we are going to move forward with any more building down there, that this land needs to be tested thoroughly, and I mean thoroughly, because if you think I'm making light of this issue, I'm not. I live there, and there are people seriously sick with cancers in this area, and we need to find out if we're going to disturb this land, how far down we can go before we disturb things that we shouldn't be disturbing. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeremy Egan, 1509 Highway DD.
Hold up, I got.
I swear you in.
I
Sorry.
have to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Jeremy Egan. I live at 1509 Highway DD. So first off, I just feel like an easiest way to start this is whenever you think of Defiance, we'd usually think of that's wine country or big lots of land, 3 to 5 acres. I feel like an easy win for everyone would be if we're going to build houses, why not maintain the 3 to 5 acre lots? Everyone gets what they want a little bit. Also, they bring up the point of annexing to O'Fallon. I mean, if it was just that easy to go O'Fallon and do it, why didn't they do it already? I mean, why are they coming over here dealing with us? That just seems kind of silly. I've also talked to a lot of people who live in O'Fallon and St. Charles, and everyone's tired of looking at all the apartments and car washes and banks being built. So I don't feel like it'd be that big of a deal to get 3,500 people to say no. Also, thirdly, I know this doesn't apply, I'm sorry, but I worked traffic pattern analysis for special operations in the military, and I know for a fact that it is a guess. And they come up here and they try and tell you, you can do your best. I would sit and watch places for weeks and months on end sometimes, just to get a basic idea of the traffic in that area when we would go in and action it. And I can tell you from personal experience, you can plan and plan and plan, and something you can't plan for everything, and these are best guess numbers. Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Robert Reiter, 136 Wesley Manor Drive in O'Fallon, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
So I represent the homeowners in the Wesley development area, which is close to the Double D and Dyer intersection there. And as you've already heard, and I don't want to repeat all the work that people have already said, and as we as a community, we certainly reflect and we also agree with the sentiment that fundamentally says, look, this is a special area. It really shouldn't be zoned and it shouldn't have the density of housing that is being proposed. That's why you have a room full of people here with that sentiment. We've moved to that area, many of my neighbors, all the people probably represented in this room, for the same reason, which is we wanted to be in an area with this lower density. We're all very concerned about the infrastructure that it represents and is trying to be supported by this. We do believe that development is, it is part of growth in our district. It's part of growth in this county. But we want to see responsible growth. And maybe the last thing I just want to point out for all of you is I appreciate very much that you've actually allowed us to have this conversation, that you actually allowed us to be in this room with so many people. But you hear the passion. I hope you hear the passion in the room of what's being represented by all of us, as opposed to what's being represented by the people that want to do the development. It's not to say development is wrong, but we want to be heard, and we think our considerations really do matter in this rezoning recommendation, and we really recommend against it. So thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings with the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Amy White. I live at 10 Wolfridge Court, St. Charles, Missouri, 63303. Can I wake up my phone? Okay. There was a statement that a no vote would be a good idea if there was injury to the enjoyment of use of other properties that are adjacent to the proposed redistrict area. I'm going to speak on a very narrow section of this. I've been a volunteer at Brummel-Seek Park every week, sometimes multiple times a week since 2009. The place that I volunteer at is the astronomy site where we run telescopes. We have entertained thousands of school children and scout groups and church groups and families. Families who choose to homeschool their kids come out to our telescope viewing sessions so they can give their kids a taste of science. The problem with the subdivisions is lighting and light pollution. Just like we've talked about water pollution, we've talked about damage to wildlife, there's also damage to the sky. Yes, we show the sun during the daytime, but most people want to see the moon, the planets, the stars, and all of the things that you can't see in the middle of the city. Why can't you see those things in the middle of the city? Because of light pollution. Brummel-Seek Park had been a really great place for people to observe people go there with cameras and take pictures, and some of these pictures have been published in national magazines. The site is that good. So I'm sorry, I'm just talking about a tiny little sliver, something that's very small in the grand scheme of things, but I think that rezoning is a bad idea. Thank you so much. Bye now.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Renee Hinkie. I live at 25 Rouse Court in Wentzville. I am also on the school board of the Wentzville School District. And I have just 2 questions and then a comment. Have the developers spoken with the school district to see how this will directly impact the schools? Because it will. And have they thought about donating 30 or more acres to the schools so we are able to house all of these students that will be coming in? Because down Summers and DD, we have 3 buildings there. We have an elementary, middle, and a high school that are already to capacity or over. Down Highway N, we again have an elementary, middle, and high school that are to capacity or over. On the other side of Stone Meadows, we have an elementary that is also to capacity or over. So these developments are going to directly impact our schools. So I'm wondering, have they spoken with the schools and have they thought about donating? Thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Grant Killian, 420 Wyatt Drive. I am the senior class president at Francistown North. I represent over 400 students. And to further what Mrs. Edwards said, and she talked about her hometown being changed beyond what it looks like, I think we have a really nice-looking area down here. I play for the American Legion team here in town, and we had a game in Washington on the drive there. I was just looking out. I was like, man, this is truly a gift from God. It's a very pretty area. And Bromo Stick Park, Bush Wildlife are great areas. Hate to see it look like Forest Park someday. And a lot of people my age would like to, hopefully retire around here someday in a rural area. So I really think it'd be great if it stuck with the plan, 3 acres or 5 acres. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman, my name is William Carrier. I live at 4310 Diana Lane. That's Wentzville, 63385. I'm a member and a trustee of the Homeowners Association for the Lexington Park Development, which is immediately adjacent to Bromelsack Park off of Wilson Road. So we're at the south end of the proposed development. Those are 3-acre lots in that development. My wife Kathy and I strongly oppose KM Investments' proposed development based on the severe negative impact it will have on, number one, St. Charles County finances, and I'll talk more about that later, but also that intangible that many of my community members here have talked about tonight, which is the quality of life. Not only for us that currently live here, but as this young man just ahead of me indicated, the future residents. What we're talking about tonight is establishing the long-term nature of this portion of St. Charles County. It's not like we're going to live with this for a few years and then it's going to somehow magically disappear and be replaced by pristine countryside again. What we're talking about tonight is going to be permanent. And we really need to think about that before we move forward. We believe the construction of 556, what I'll call mixed value homes, will cost the county more in infrastructure investments, whether it's the short term or the long term, for roads, water and sewer management, schools, fire and ambulance, and other county services that will be funded by the property tax base generated by this number and these kinds of homes. The proposed development will also destroy the land's natural beauty and create a wildlife dead zone that will disconnect Bush Wildlife and Bromelsack Park. As many of my community neighbors have talked about, we all realize that this is going to be developed. There is no stopping it. But it should be done using the 3-acre lot size minimum that has worked so well in this area for so many years. It's the perfect balance. I'm an engineer as well, and I believe in real test data and real information. And if there's questions about the ability of the land to withstand sewers and septics, that has to be ascertained. If there's concerns about the traffic, I'll give you one data point. I've been driving down Highway DD since 1997. And in that time, I have never seen police make a traffic stop. Now, that is not an indictment of our great St. Charles County Police. It's simply because you can't make a traffic stop on Highway DD. There's no room to do it. So what do we get? We get, and my wife and I talk about this on a weekly basis, how many times have you been passed on the double yellow line? Oh, I got hit twice this week, right? How many times have you been hit by a quarry truck going 70 miles an hour down Highway DD? Or people making turns out onto the highway, given the elevation of Highway DD, this developer may flatten that land for the houses as much as they can, but they're not going to flatten Highway DD. And so those hills are going to remain where those entrances are, and so you're going to have blind turnouts. It is going to be dangerous. I really do think that instead of taking this low-ball approach that has been proposed of shoehorning in as many houses as possible in this land, let's turn this into a kind of an Innsbruck kind of development where we go the opposite direction. The 3, the 5-acre, and attract the high-value homes that have the high property tax base, but incur a fraction of the infrastructure costs. It's simple math. This is basic finances. As to their threat to have the land annexed by the city of O'Fallon, I think it just shows that they'll stop at nothing to maximize their profits. And frankly, the developer is the only one who makes out of this deal. All of us, you, your authority, us, the residents, the future residents, the wildlife, we all lose. They're the only ones that profit.
Sir.
Yes, one more. We ask you to act for the good of St. Charles County and deny KM Investments zoning and conventional use proposals.
You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Kevin Hales. I live at 867 Highway DD. I've lived there since 1977. I would like to inform you that the only improvements I've seen to the highways since I've lived there is like the gentleman who was a relative of the Sorensen family stated, the Save Our Shoulder program, a stop sign at D and Double D, and the widening of the road at Dardine Creek. Now, given the conservative nature of this state and the no appetite for any kind of a tax increase, I see no way that the state can improve these roads. They sure haven't since I've lived there since '77. So the addition of all this extra traffic is going to make it so unsafe for the area, which is already unsafe as it is, as everybody has stated. I see no reason for this. And one other thing I would like to point out, that around 10 years ago, I don't have my facts exactly right, at the corner of Schwede Road and Highway DD, the gentleman that owned that property at the time proposed to this board he wanted to build a winery. Many of these same issues were addressed at that time, and the project was turned down. Thank you very much.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the
My name
record.
is Stephen Farber. I live at 1345 Schwede Road. I just wanted to touch on a couple of points just regarding the zoning. Sticking to the master plan, time and time again during their presentation, they kept saying, our development fits the master plan. And the only thing that they could use to back that statement up is the overall density. And they kept going on with the density matches the master plan. But that's wrong. That's a fallacy. It's deceptive. He's a great lawyer, I guess, but that's very deceptive because we're not looking at overall density because they're taking unbuildable land and putting it into this thing and saying, we're giving you all of this wooded land that we're not going to build. And they're adding that in and then taking the whole thing as a mass and dividing it out and coming up with this low number. What we're interested in is individual lot size, not overall density. They're talking about lot sizes that are 60 feet across, that are 7,000 square feet. The master plan calls for 3-acre lots. It does say less than 1 home per acre, but it also says this, I'm gonna read you from the master plan. Rural residential definition, primary uses, single-family residences on large lots, generally 3+ acres, clustering encouraged, they got that part right. The raising of horses is permitted. That's the definition. Secondary uses, supporting and complementary uses, including open space and recreation, equestrian uses, schools, places of worship, and other public uses. That is the definition in the county master plan of what our land is. What they want to then take and say, you should rezone to allow 7,000 square foot lots. I'm saying don't rezone it to allow 7,000 square foot lots. Make them redo their plan to fit this. This is your plan. They should revise their plat to follow the plan that your county, you created. You created this master plan. It's your vision. Why should their little tiny vision from some guy far away change your vision of what our county is all about? We live in this place we love. You live in this place we love. Let's not let them come in and change it to something else. Just because they say it fits, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit what you created. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings and the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Alan Raymond, 4115 Spring Branch Drive, which is right off Schwede Road. I've lived in the area for 27 years, built my house, invested in that area, love it out there. Everybody calls it God's country. It is. It's beautiful. And I've been driving Schwede Road and Double D, this area, for 27 years. And I'm an environmental engineer, 40 years. So I know a little bit about some of the issues that have been brought up and about environmental impact, and what I think has been a little bit thin in the discussion is things about environmental impact. We talk about cultural assessments, impacts to the population, okay? So those are things we talk about in the environmental business, okay, when we're trying to do development and things from a business point of view. When you're talking about residential development and developers, they don't really have to abide by the same standards as corporations and so on. So it's kind of an uneven playing field. So my point is I think some of those have to be taken into account. And that one other point I want to make is living out there as long as I have, I remember when the what is now the Canine Kennels used to be Sorensen's Gun Club. And I remember a proposal years ago, and maybe some of you folks on the commission remember if you've been around long enough, but Canine Kennels, which used to be Sorensen's Gun Club, there was a proposal, I think it was Tom Shore Realtors years ago, tried to develop that, and the property was deemed contaminated. So now we're trying to develop that as residential. The Department of Natural Resources said that property cannot be developed as residential because it's covered with lead from shooting guns all over there. So they were going to be required to clean up that property and remove all the lead off the soil. And the previous owner began doing it. It became so cost prohibitive that the previous owner of that property abandoned it and said, no, I ain't going to do it. So they sold it to the current owners of Canine Country. And correct me if I'm wrong, do your research, but that was my understanding. I believe that to be true and that to be fact. Do your fact checking, but Department of Natural Resources deemed the Canine Kennel property to be contaminated. Couldn't be developed as residential. Please do your fact checking. I believe that to be true. So I don't understand how this can be developed as residential as part of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, two more. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings when the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Larry Campbell, address 3655 Bluff Valley Court, St. Charles, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm approaching this rezoning request from a different aspect. I don't think people who live in St. Charles County realize what a jewel they have in the astronomy park located in Bromley Park. That particular astronomy park is the only one that I'm aware of in the entire St. Louis area, by state included. It is a unique facility available for astronomy for little kids as well as adults, and it is used that way now and has been for over 10 years. I am here to oppose rezoning because if the place is rezoned, it will be developed. That development will not be able to stop the light pollution that comes with development. Light development will destroy that astronomy park. Do not let this happen.
Thanks, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings for the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tony Frisella. I live at 1512 Highway DD, about a mile, 1.2 miles south of the proposed development. I really don't appreciate the threat from the applicant. We're already getting pushed around by one billionaire investor down in the southern part of the county, and we don't need another one. You know, we keep priding ourselves that we're the fastest growing county. Yeah, there's something to be said about that. That's pretty cool. But I can tell you, when I ran for county council last year, I spoke with a number of frontline policemen, other service members, and they will all agree that there is not enough of them to already keep up with the development that has currently been approved throughout St. Charles County. And it's something that needs to be drastically addressed and has come up in many St. Charles County council meetings last year and seems to just get pushed aside. But this is a holistic approach. If we're going to develop this county further, which I agree with what some of these other people said, you can't stop development. It's going to happen, but we need to be smart about what we're doing. 3 acres on the north side of Darting Creek, sure. 5 acres on the south side of Darting Creek, perfect. Like, it fits a plan, it fits the aesthetic. We do have a gem there, we do have some charm. As far as the road study being done in March, that's not even peak season for that area. And this year, on top of that, we had a late season because we had the cold weather that was in there. Nobody's even visiting the wineries yet. So what about that traffic? And the sputtering development down in Augusta, when or if that starts getting going, what about that traffic that's going to impact these roads? With no plans for a double D. You know, what about the traffic with the development of the project themselves? All the inlets up and down Highway Double D, what about the dump trucks? I mean, you can talk to any of the area residents around there. The dump trucks themselves cause a horrific hazard to all the people that are in the area, myself included. I live on one of those blind hills. The clip I did on the news this morning, I purposely had them sit there at the hill to see how much traffic comes over those hills. And I can't tell you enough times that myself, my wife, with my 3 young kids under the age of 9 years old, and my neighbors on the left of me and across the street from me have to literally slam on our brakes every other day just because people don't abide by the speed limits. What everybody else has been saying around here. We have a lot of other issues to address before we continue to bring development down that side of the county. And we need to be smart about what we're doing, because like everybody says, once it's done, you're not turning it back. So everybody here would really appreciate some consideration before we go approving any more development in this area, what we can do differently to make sure that everybody in this area is going to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings from the pains and penalties for perjury.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, members of the commission. Arnie A.C. Dienoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address, P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. Members of the commission, this is one of the toughest zoning issues that I've ever been through and you may have ever been through. We are behind a rock and a hard place here. We have a dilemma. They sent in the big guns from Clayton. The attorney that spoke before charges his clients between $650 and $750 an hour. So he's made clearly close to $5,000 tonight.
We'll ask him.
This is a very slippery slope here. If the threat of annexation to O'Fallon, there could be more homes. And I know for a fact that the O'Fallon City Council has met in closed session with their attorney, and Mr. Brad Goss has met with the city administrator, Mike Snowden. As a matter of fact, in attendance here is the city engineer, Wade Montgomery. I don't know if he's here in a professional capacity for the city of O'Fallon or a private capacity, but he's in attendance. And I know that David Woods was in attendance, the Director of Planning and Community Development. They've already worked out a contingency plan or an annexation agreement in closed session away from the public purview. And I think that that's a shame and a violation of Chapter 610 of the Revised State Statutes of Missouri.
Mr. Dienoff, are you stating that as your opinion or as a fact?
I'm stating it as a fact.
Okay. You're on the record.
The density of homes, they want, if they come to the city of O'Fallon, they'll go towards the density of homes that has been already approved by the O'Fallon City Council in the Hopewell subdivision. Services are coming to fruition in this neighborhood. O'Fallon has a planned unit development ordinance, which allows up to 15 homes per acre. If they go the route of an R1, residential 1 district, that allows up to 10 homes per acre. I don't see any compromise here. How are we going to preserve any of our beauty and any of our rolling hills and our rural charm in St. Charles County if we keep building subdivision after subdivision after subdivision? I haven't heard the proponent or their attorney talk about safe roads in Missouri Highway Double D. I go to the Missouri Transportation Commission meetings, and this has been discussed that it's a very highly unsafe road. I haven't heard or seen accident reports from the Missouri Highway Patrol or the St. Charles County Police Traffic Safety Unit. I know for a fact accidents happen routinely in front of Frontier Middle School just alone, not to mention all the curves and hills where there are accidents. We need to invest through the County Road Board, and this roadway is not ready for this type of development. Again, I don't see from Brad Goss, the attorney, any potential compromise, and unfortunately it's come down to money, 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 and profits. He threatens us with the annexation to O'Fallon. He's already worked that out. I don't know what the better plan is. I don't know what the issue is, but I'd like to see some type of compromise between the commission and let's keep it in the county rather than go to O'Fallon where it's going to be a highly dense type development such as the Harvest development at Missouri Highway N and Hopewell Road. You have a lot to think about and a lot on your minds. I know it's a lot of stress, but we deserve better here in St. Charles County, and we deserve you as appointed officials to stand up for us, 333,000 county residents. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak in this public hearing regarding RZ 23-06? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Ask the applicant to come back.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to give Mr. Dienhoff the opportunity to retract what he said I had done as a fact, and I will give him the opportunity to come up here and retract that statement if he wishes to do so.
He's over there.
I guess he doesn't want to retract it, Mr. Chairman, so we'll follow up with that later. So the objections that I've heard about the development, I'll try and take them as I've heard them and address them. With respect to the development of the site and it not being consistent with the area has changed. That was the point of going through the urban service area and Duckett Creek Sanitary District, basically opening up this entire corridor, because sanitary sewers can now service this entire area. And that's changed the character of the area from what it was before, where you would have developed the area with homes and septic tanks. That no longer is true. Now you can develop it with sanitary sewers. As a result, the density which the county master plan calls for of 1 to 4 units per acre, which is the majority of our development is within that area, can be achieved. You couldn't have achieved that before, now you can, because the sanitary sewers serve the area. The comment that the site is being clear-cut and being, all the trees are being removed, I appreciate their passion. However, it's simply not accurate. There's 126 acres of this development, over 35% that are not being touched with this proposal. That land is developable. It is not being developed. The principal behind this developer is someone who is highly experienced. His company is involved in grading operations. He understands how that will be done. That is not what he is choosing to do. And we keep getting asked, why are we doing that? Because we do want to put in a development that we do think is responsible overall to the master plan. In the southern part, it doesn't exactly meet the fraction. We're at 1.42 units per acre in that part as opposed to 1 unit per acre. But that's not all the master plan is about. The master plan also talks about preserving floodway and floodplain and forested areas. And our development does that. We're leaving the floodplain and the floodway alone untouched. And we are preserving twice as much wooded area as the county ordinances would require. And we're doing that because we believe that's an appropriate development. I did not bring up annexation as a threat. I didn't want to talk about it. But every time I get asked about this development by anyone, and we've met with a number of trustees from a number of subdivisions, that's the first question they ask me. They don't ask me about the development, they ask whether it can be annexed into O'Fallon. So I went through it. Not to threaten anybody. We don't want to be in O'Fallon. We want to be in the county with this development. If this development is approved, O'Fallon cannot annex further ground down Highway Double D. Their development efforts and the intensity of their development, which I illustrated with Harvest in Caledonia at 5.5 units and 4.87 units per acre, that stops. Instead, you have a development of 1.5 units per acre. We are doing that in order to stop that kind of growth down Highway Double D, which can otherwise occur. The issue was brought up several times about Bromelsick Park and the astronomy facility. We are preserving all of the trees adjacent to Bromelsick Park, and we also have agreed with the county that there will be zero light spillage at the boundary of the site next to Bromelsick Park. So there will be no light spillover. And we will have a dark skies covenant as part of our subdivision, which will allow us to achieve that, as well as whatever other regulations the staff believes are appropriate, because we agree that's something that should be protected. So we're making that part of our development proposal with the county. A couple of people raised the concern about the environmental condition of the property because it had once been a shooting range. Our client has had an environmental remediation study done of the property, and he has gone in and fully remediated the property. All of the lead from the property has been removed. It has been hauled off to an appropriate facility for disposal. So the site is able to be developed, and it is not contaminated, which was the case prior to my client becoming involved with this property. Questions about traffic have been raised. I think Sean really is the right person to address those, and she certainly could come up if she needs to. I don't think we need to. And I think we've addressed them, and we've talked about the numerous traffic improvements that are taking place around this area, roundabout, traffic signals, additional roads, et cetera. And the fact that we've coordinated our development with the appropriate traffic, folks regulating traffic, MoDOT, East-West Gateway. East-West Gateway will not invest in improvements. One of the gentlemen said he hadn't seen any improvements on Highway Double D. That's right. They don't invest unless you have enough people to create the demand. That's the unfortunate way our system works. And so East-West Gateway will make the investment with this kind of development. And so the improvements that these folks are asking for can happen. So in summary, I do believe in totality, our rezoning request does meet the master plan by virtue of the various other things we're offering with the development, which the master plan asks us to do in terms of preservation, connection of corridors, stormwater management, stormwater quality improvements. All of that are requirements that we are going to meet. And so I would respectfully request that you approve the rezoning.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I've got a question. I actually have two questions. One, have you talked to the city of O'Fallon about annexing into the city if this fails here?
No, I have not.
Okay.
And so this secret meeting that I supposedly had violating the Sunshine Act, which I take pretty damn seriously, didn't occur.
Okay.
I
Thank
don't
you. And my other
violate the
question
law.
if we vote this down here as a Planning and Zoning Commission and thus voting it down at the county council, would you then seek to annex into the city of O'Fallon?
Yes, we would.
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. Can you please pull up your map to show where the housing is, the density of housing closest to the astronomy club? I just wanted to see that.
Sure. There.
So where would it be? Where is the club in relation to
The club is to the west, and so if you look, those dark red lots, maroon lots on the western boundary and southern boundary, those are 1 acre plus lots. And you can see there's green along those lot boundaries. Those
How
are
wide is that?
I don't know. Jeff, okay, it's about 3,000 feet to the astronomy
Wide
lookout.
from the astronomy club to the housing
And-
with tree buffers between?
And that tree buffer will remain. We are not disturbing that at all, and that's shown on the plan.
What about car traffic, porch lights, overhead lighting, floodlights, motion cameras that people have on their homes, those types of things?
That's why you put a Dark Skies covenant in place. The Dark Skies Society has an international covenant that they've created. I put it in place at the Missouri Bluffs development because, again, we are trying to preserve dark skies. And so there are certain things you can do. You can't have lights shining up in the air, the motion detector lights. You regulate all of that, and that's detailed in the covenants. And so some cities have adopted those kinds of covenants, but we are going to put in place in our development. In addition, whatever other requirements the staff would require in terms of making sure we have 0-foot candles. I mean, we will do a lighting study as well, which they'll review, a photometric study, which we'll have to do to establish that's what we've achieved. But if they have other regulations, we'll put them in place.
So my next question is, the lady came up from the school board and talked about the capacity of the schools. Have you reached out and talked to the individual schools and talked about what you're estimating your family size will bring in, how you will have an impact to those schools? Have you talked about what are the school district's plans for building in the future? Because I know you've got several years, before you're looking at occupation and over time period, how that will impact that area and where new schools are slated or projected to go for the students. She was from the school board, so I'm assuming that she knew what she was talking about.
We have not talked to the school superintendent. They have not approached us. They do have our application. They would have received mailings from the county. And so nobody had reached out to us from the school board or the school district. This is the first we had heard about that tonight. We're happy to sit down with the school district and talk about that because there is a pretty long ramp up before you're going to have any people living there, which is 2026. And we're happy to sit down with them and talk.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I actually have one more.
Okay.
From soil testing, and the representative gentleman who's here, and I have read, Tricia Burns also has talked about this area and contamination and some of the cancer clusters and other things that have been in the news. Not an expert on any of this in any way. So you're saying this land is not in any of that kind of impact zone or in the question of what they're discussing and what they're trying to bring legislation forward. This land is not in that area?
Our property does abut August Bush Wildlife Area in a couple of places, as do a number of the other folks who came up and spoke in opposition. And I'm not aware that their subdivisions have a health problem of that nature, and no one has said that we have a health problem either.
Okay.
We did have an environmental study performed. In particular, we did address the one issue that did come up, which was lead.
Right.
So obviously, we would be very sensitive to that if that were an issue, just as I'm sure the people living in those other subdivisions who came up here tonight and spoke would be sensitive to that if it were impacting their homes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant?
No.
No, it's outside the scope of this hearing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair will bring RZ 23-06 zoning map amendment request at 9260 and 10102 Highway Double D back to the commission for consideration. Any questions, comments? Yes, sir.
As a member of the county council, I would want nothing more than 5-acre lots on this site. The truth of the matter is, and you heard Mr. Goss say it, that if we vote this down, they are going to go to the city of O'Fallon, where they will get higher density likely. It's a position that I really don't like to be in. The position is that we really don't have much of a choice. We can certainly vote this down.
Please be quiet.
I'm sorry.
We let everyone else speak. It's time for us, okay?
We
Thank
can
you.
certainly vote this down. Like I said, the fact of the matter is they will go to the city of O'Fallon. The city of O'Fallon does not care about the county master plan. They don't. They want growth. And what this does do, if we keep this in the county, like Mr. Goss stated, we keep this growth from heading south. Like I said, I want 5-acre lots. I'd love to have 5-acre lots. I want Defiance, New Melanie, that area to maintain the feel that we currently have in it. Unfortunately, we're in a position that I don't like to be in. So, yes, O'Fallon will go with higher density, and they will easily annex this property in. And that's I guess that's a decision we can make, but I'm looking at the future, and the future is that if we let O'Fallon grow, they're going to keep encroaching, and we'll have no say because they're going to be contiguous. The other future land is going to be contiguous to the city of O'Fallon, and the city does not care about our master plan. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think that certainly the possibility of annexation to O'Fallon is an issue. But I do think, too, that this development as a whole, to vote on it all as one piece doesn't make sense. The northern part makes sense to have that a higher density that's closer to higher density. The southern part, which we're lumping together in the same vote, does not make sense the way that that area is developed. So I think that there's an issue in just the way it's presented, but that's the way we're going to have to vote. There are going to be infrastructure problems, but that's going to exist any new development. But I think that there are some very difficult decisions, but I think that it doesn't make sense to me at this point to devote it all as one particular zone.
I would agree with that statement, too.
Agreed.
I think once you get to Dyer Road, the character changes. And I've driven it today, and it's more of a rural residential area. Regardless of the sanitary being extended to Duckett, the development's already there, and it's staying within character if it was less dense to the south.
Yeah, I think we go to hide behind this, well, they could annex, and that's not our job to figure out what O'Fallon's doing. Our job is to represent these guys that are sitting out here, and I think by saying that, well, they could annex, or they will annex, or, well, then, as you guys already stated, you got 5% of qualified voters, and I think this group here is going to go to the city of O'Fallon and find those 5%, and they're going to fight at the O'Fallon City Council meeting just like they're here fighting for us. So, I think that this whole entire thing needs to be voted down, and I think we need to stand with the people that put us up here.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve RZ 23-06, which is a zoning map amendment request at 9260 and 10102 Highway Double D. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Baker made the motion, Ms. Kirchner, second. Mr. Shell, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
Nope.
Mr. Cornwell?
No.
Ms. Mamer?
No.
Mr. Clary?
No.
Mr. Baker? Mr.
Yes.
Baker? Mr. Baker was an affirmative?
He said yes.
And I vote yes.
You missed her.
Oh, Ms. Kirchner, I forgot you, I'm sorry.
I want to vote.
Yeah.
No.
No. Okay. Application failed. Okay. It is 10:29 by my watch. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 10:40.
Robert. I did it. It's like. Go get us some coffee. No.
That's it, you know. I wanted the young like.
I saw that too, and I was like, okay, well, he's doing it, I can do it.
When he gets back. So what was the final vote? Who voted yes? Was it just Tim Baker?
we vote this down,
Who voted
they're going to
yes?
annex. And then that annexation is going to continue to grow high density.
He voted yes?
And that's my opinion.
See, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, you're gonna have to fight it though, guys. That's all you have to do. Well, I knew his name now because
Tim Baker, yeah.
Well, you just need to
So he was 6'2".
Okay. I'll call the meeting back to order. Please take a seat. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a conditional use permit request, CUP 2307. Property owners are Tall Tree Farm LP and Canine County or Country Kennel and Farm LLC. The developer is KM Investment Group 4 LLC. The current zoning is A Agricultural District. Proposed zoning is R1A Single Family Residential 1 acre minimum lot size and R1E Single Family Residential District 7,000 square feet minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends low density residential and rural residential land uses. The CUP request is housing units in the R1E district with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet, a minimum lot width of 60 feet, and a minimum side yard setback at 6 feet. CUP area is 329.2 acres of 356.14 acres. The location is 11 parcels fronting on Highway Double D between Wild Turkey Run and Schwady Road, adjacent to the city of O'Fallon and Bush Wildlife Area. This is located in Council District 2, north and west of Highway Double D, and Council District 3, south and east of Highway Double D. Staff.
In the interest of time, I would just refer you to the county staff report, the memo, and I would note a couple things. First is that unlike other conditional uses that are listed in this zoning district, such as a hospital, for instance, this conditional use is really about internal impacts rather than external. It doesn't really have so much impacts on the external. The other thing I would mention is that by my calculations, the narrower lots that they're proposing would add roughly 20 lots of the overall 556 lots. So in terms of impacts, it's not really changing the lot count tremendously or appreciably. The analysis is provided in your written staff memorandum, and county staff would recommend that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval as complying with the criteria of section 405.510B of the county code, and with 2 specific recommended conditions.
Okay, any questions for staff? Ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Brad Goss, 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis, Missouri, 63105. And also, in the interest of time, I will be very brief. I went through the conditional use permit rationale during the prior remarks, so I'm not going to repeat that in this setting. I do ask, Mr. Chairman, that that part of the presentation be considered made at this time, so that my conditional use permit presentation is part of this record, and ask if the commission will allow that. Otherwise, I'll have to go through it again.
No, we'll make part of your prior presentation. The CUP portion will be part of this record.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, as the staff has mentioned, the impact of this is basically 20 lots. The point of this request is that it allows for a range of home buyers to be able to purchase homes in this subdivision, as we end up with 6 different types of lots in the subdivision. And the impact of this request is not external to the development around us, it is internal. So happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll now open the public hearing for CUP 23-07. Anyone wishing to speak regarding this conditional use permit? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Don Ladwig, 26 Tremaine Court, St. Charles, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
You've heard a lot of talk before about the light pollution problems, and the gentleman did mention before that they were looking at international dark sky, I guess, requirements and how that would affect some of the lighting, and that they were going to implement that. I do applaud that. The one thing I would caution, there's a lot of things that go into doing proper lighting so that it does reduce the light pollution that's in there. It's not only, it's a type of lights, the location, the intensity, making them point down. The gentleman did say that since they were already doing that, one thing I would ask is in this conditional use permit, if this is approved, to make it contingent that they properly do that, make a what I would call a good faith effort to put in that type of lighting. And if they don't comply, yank the permit, because it's lip service if they don't do it. Now, I'm not saying that that's what they're going to do, but I would really like to see that happen, because we've heard a lot of talk about what light pollution can do in this particular area. It would make a big difference. The potential intensity, which was voted down before, but what they're looking at, that amount of homes going into that area is going to make a huge light pollution problem. I can tell you in Brownsley Park, the light pollution problems from just 6 years ago is light years different than what it was back in 2017. This type of development, even with 5-acre homes, was going to be better, but we need to make sure that St. Charles County is a leader in this area, and I think we've got a good chance to do that. There is an organization, Dark Sky Missouri, that I could definitely put them in touch with and help work to make sure we craft some good rules about what that lighting should look like. But I hope that the council, the planning and zoning can work with them and make sure that this becomes a reality, and not just, well, we're looking to do that and then it doesn't come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would remind everyone, the only thing we're talking about in the CUP is the reduction of the size of the lots, the frontage, and the setback between the homes. So, you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings, or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state.
Richard Orr is my name. I live at 3312 Woodsview Drive in St. Charles. So, to limit myself just to the density issue, I came up with a document I was going to read, and I'll just read that portion of it. This massive development with its high density seems to be in violation of the county's 2030 master plan for future use. It may be on paper and taken as a whole that the land covered with houses and pavement may not fall much below the square footage required to conform with the master plan, but in actuality, the concentrated pollution and water runoff generated by the 531 homes situated on less than 1/6 acre apiece with pavement impervious to water will greatly overtax storm and sanitary sewer needs. Additionally, this many dwellings, a small city basically, will have a very detrimental impact on the wildlife and unique wild character of the adjoining 7,000-acre bush wildlife area. I'll also add that I think it is a definite fact that a development of this size and nature can't possibly help but adversely impact the astronomy viewing in nearby Brownsley County Park, which is becoming more and more known for its attributes to allow you to go and do astronomy in this area with dark skies that will certainly not be able to remain that way for long if this development goes through. So I'll limit myself there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Eric Fields. I live at 11 Wild Turkey Run in O'Fallon. I just wanted to bring up from the slide presented earlier by the attorney, under the conditional use permit criteria, the second portion of the slide, the response was that the likely land use impacts, and then once you get to the bottom end of that paragraph, it says that county staff recommends a finding that the conditional use as proposed would not injure the use and enjoyment of other properties within the immediate vicinity. Shrinking down to make space for more homes would most certainly injure my enjoyment of the property. Like I said before, I am the eastern end of this property. There is approximately 10 yards between usable part of my property and the edge of this land. And the more homes that are, and I am on the northern boundary as well, where all the high density is proposed. So the more homes that are packed into that area most certainly do take away my enjoyment of my own property. Certainly once the leaves come out of the trees. Right now and throughout the winter, we see a hillside. You can kind of see the existing home off in the distance. Most certainly if you start cramming as many houses as possible into that little space, that's obviously going to change things. I also have an elderly neighbor that lives in front of me. He's not here this evening. He and I are the only two homes there on the eastern edge of this property. So I just wanted to get that out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Again, I'm Helen Proctor II, address 2 Chabanel Drive, Defiance. I hope to be a voice of compromise. And what my suggestion is, I do believe that you have a lot of people obviously against this entire thing. And I know you're talking about space, and I know you're talking about limiting sizes. I think there is a lot of land here. I think that we know progress is coming, and it is going to come one way or another from what I've heard tonight, what everyone has heard tonight. But I think it can be done properly if they would consider putting in fewer houses in those spaces. They can still make their money. They can still have a wonderful subdivision, and the sewers do not make the property what it is. I know we're not talking about sewers, but I'm saying that's what's defining your sizes right now. So I think you need to not make it smaller. If anything, compromise, making it larger would make everybody and all of these people behind them instead of against them.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Linda Edwards, 17 Wilderness Lane, Defiance, Missouri.
Go ahead.
I just learned from 2 people who work within the school district, this is something to be checked, I believe, that they did their road testing, the traffic testing, when Wentzville School District was on spring break. There are 4 schools along Summers that come out in this area that are all Wentzville School District. So a big portion of the traffic that would have normally been there was not. That looks to me to be the plan perhaps, but that's for someone else to decide. One of those schools requires a police officer to let people out. It's that congested at that time of day.
Okay, ma'am, we're not talking about traffic.
Okay, sorry. Actually, all I really want to say is, please vote no until they say 3 and 5 acres. Once they get a toehold, who will stop them? It does say that within this part of the document. So perhaps I'm not understanding, but just the documents need to say 3 and 5 acres, because who will stop them once they get access to any of this property? Thank you.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
J. Cantwell, 140 Westlake Manor Drive, Fallon, Missouri.
Go ahead.
It's obvious these guys are in it for money. I mean, look at them.
Sir, that's not what we're talking about, okay? It's late.
The density of the homes.
Okay.
It's obvious that they are in it for money, okay? It does not fit the nature of the neighborhood past the Dyer Road area. It's obvious that they're only in it for the money, okay? And what is the benefit of packing just a few more homes into the same space? What is the real benefit? Or what would be the motive to pack more homes into a smaller space? The only answer is money, okay? What other benefit are we going to get by packing more homes into a smaller space? Can you think of a benefit?
Yes, it becomes more affordable.
It becomes more affordable. So now we're back to money again?
For homeowners, he means.
So that's why.
The services, the armed services, the fire departments, the schools, none of that has been considered by the builder. They haven't talked to the school districts. We built our house out in this area specifically for the schools, specifically because of the crime rate, and specifically just because of the natural habitat. When we built our home, we drove out there almost every night. We rolled the windows down, we listened to the natural wildlife. It was a dead silence. What are we going to get by packing more homes into a smaller space? We're going to get more traffic, we're going to have more overloaded crime, more overloaded amenities, schools. I would just advise you guys to reconsider here. It seems that there is only one motive, and that's money. Thanks.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Mike Plisky, 11025 Stonebridge Lane in Wentzville.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. After your last vote, it appeared everything was overcome by events regarding this one and the next one. I'll admit that I don't know local politics, but once the conditional use permit is based on R1E, which you voted down, so it seems out of order that we're even continuing with this.
We have to do this.
Understand, okay.
We have to take a vote on this.
Okay, very good. All I recommend voting it down then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535 in O'Fallon. Mr. Goss made a challenge, I guess, and so I'd like to address that real briefly here with my time.
No, Arnie, this is not the issue for that. We're talking about the CUP.
Right, but I want to make part of the record, I want to correct the record.
No.
So
You were given that opportunity earlier and you denied it.
I did not deny anything. I was not given the opportunity to come to
You
the
denied the
microphone.
opportunity. He
talking-
gave you an
You're wrong.
opportunity.
You're
Yeah,
wrong.
No, he called you up here
We're
and
go-
said,
We're only talking about the CUP. What happened in the prior hearing is not an issue here. So you either address
Well-
the CUP or step down, sir.
I disagree. I think you need to ask your county counselor for me to have the floor. So, Mr. Counselor, do I have the right to testify? I'm sorry?
Regarding the CUP.
Fine. I believe that there should be no free pass in the setbacks, no free pass in the variances. There needs to be no allowance and no exemption. This applicant needs to follow the county codified code like everybody else. There needs to be no frontage minimum lot sizes below what is required by the county codified code. There should be no variances given, no allowance exemption given to this applicant. If they feel that they're aggrieved or that they can't put their development within the confines of our codified code, then they have the right to go to the County Board of Zoning Appeals, which is where the issue belongs, before the County Board of Appeals, for them to hold the public hearing and tell the merits of what's right and wrong and make a determination if they deserve setbacks and minimum lot sizes below the minimum. I asked that there be no lot adjustments and that they must follow the minimum standards of our codified code. It's amazing to me that this high-priced attorney firm, Clayton, walks in here and thinks that you should bow down to him and give him everything that he asked for. And so he doesn't even live in our county.
Mr.
He's not a resident of our county.
Mr. Deanoff, this has nothing to do with what we're voting on. Please,
It
stick
has
to the CUP.
everything to do with the conditional use permit.
Stick to the CUP, please.
And so we have a constitutional right of free speech here, and I want to make that amendment of the
But
public
you
record.
don't have a free speech to make assumptions as if they are fact, and you do not have a free speech to throw around slander and libel.
These are facts, and I didn't slander anybody.
Yeah, you did.
No,
Yeah,
I
he
did not.
did.
I didn't slander anybody.
You have 22 seconds.
And so I ask that you vote down the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? We'll close the public hearing for CUP 23-07. Ask the applicant to come back. Anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I think most of the comments didn't seem to relate to the conditional use permit, so I don't want to, I'm just looking at my notes, I just don't think they really relate. I mean, so I think I'll stand on our comments.
Thank you, sir. Chair will bring conditional use permit request CUP 23-07 back to the commission for consideration. Any questions, comments?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Fromm
Second.
made the motion. Ms. Boehner. Mr. Clary, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Cornwell?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Ms. Kuchner?
No.
Mr. Shell?
No.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Boehner?
No.
And I vote yes. Okay. At the applicant's request, preliminary plat for Tall Tree, PRE 23-02, has been continued to our July meeting. So that's the last issue dealing with the Tall Tree project. Okay. We'll move on to item H, zoning map amendment request at 2320 Somers Road. Application is RZ 23-08. Property owners are Mary E. Blankenship, Ted L. Goj, Laura J. Rush, Gail A. Wilms, Joan M. Grilly, and Richard F. Gorge. Applicant is Payne Family Homes. Current zoning is A Agricultural District. Proposed zoning is R1E, Single Family Residential District, 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. The 2030 master plan recommends low-density residential land uses, 1 to 4 units per acre. The rezoning area is 14.81 acres. The location is 2320 Somers Road, across Somers Road from Liberty High School, adjacent to the city of O'Fallon, and near the city of Lake St. Louis, located in Council District 2. Staff.
This is phase 1 of 3 for this property this evening. The applicant is proposing to construct the Creekside at Somers subdivision. The subdivision will consist of 45 single-family residential homes on 14.81 acres of land fronting on Somers Road and across from Liberty High School. This rezoning application from A Agriculture to R1E single-family residential is the first step in that process. This property has been zoned A Agriculture since the inception of zoning in St. Charles County in 1959. The site has been a home since 1971 per the assessor's records. Under the existing zoning, the property could be developed into 2 more lots at 5 acres each, and the existing home could be placed on a 3-acre lot through an exception found in section 405.080, point D, point 6, point B of the Unified Development Ordinance. The area is currently undergoing a shift from these large lot single-family homes to these smaller lot subdivisions. This shift is driven by the provision of utilities and other infrastructures and the nearby schools. This lot, if fully developed with only lots, could potentially be developed into 92 lots. This is impractical, however, as you must account for rights-of-way for roads, tree preservation, and stormwater control. Realistically, you might see half that many lots being developed. The future land use plan does recommend low-density residential land uses, which is defined as 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. This preliminary plat, as shown, shows a density of approximately 3 units per acre and is thus consistent with the 2030 future land use plan. Staff has received 4 letters and 1 written protest. 3 of those letters were expressing concerns, and the 4th letter was in opposition. County staff recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend approval of this application as consistent with the 2030 future land use plan.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is David Voles. I'm with Voles Engineering, and our address is 10849 Indian Head Industrial, 63132. And with me tonight is Jeff Tooley with Payne Family Homes, and they are the owner of the contract. So tonight, I'm going to do the same thing that the previous petitioner did, where I give a presentation on all 3 at the same time. And maybe we'll save a little time with that. But the 3 things that we're requesting is a rezoning from A, agricultural, to R1E, a CUP to allow some flexibility in the lot design, and then finally the 3rd is the preliminary plat approval. This slide right here is the overall site. You can see the site in the middle in red. And let me just walk around the site because this is a back view of it. To the north, you can see Highway N. To the right side is Highway 4064, and then double D's along the south. And Summers Road is what the parcel fronts on, and that is on the west side of our property. The area that's shaded there, that is unincorporated county, and the areas around that map that are not shaded are either O'Fallon or Lake St. Louis. And if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, that is the northern part of the Tall Tree project that you guys just were talking about. And what I want to point out on this slide is all the development that has taken place around this piece of property. To the north of our site, that is pretty much developed. To the west, across Summers Road, is Liberty High School, and pretty much large developments. And then to the east and south of us, there are communities of large lots. So those are 3-acre or so lots. And as you go through there, and I'm going to point this out now, but as you go through that development, a lot of those are in the process of being redeveloped. In fact, when you drive along Summers Road, you can see some being torn down and really, really big houses being built there. And if you went through those developments, you would see the same pattern taking place. There's at least 2 houses, I believe, under construction right now in those. So those are likely going to develop in the future as teardowns with redevelopment put on them. But along Summers Road, you can see those right now. So this is a little closer view, so you can see the site. You can see Summers Road to the west and Liberty High School over there. The access point that we're proposing is right across from the Liberty High School access point. And there's an existing house there right now. To the south of our site, you can see it on this map, is a creek that runs pretty much, it goes onto our property and then down to the southeast. And then to the east of our site is also another creek. So we're kind of surrounded by things like that. And again, you can see the existing house on there. So I'm going to show you the site plan. This is the site plan we're proposing. It's 45 lots. The site is 14.8 acres, which is 3.0 units per acre, which is a lower density than most of the communities that are around here. The lots we're proposing are 60-foot wide, and the smallest is 7,750 square feet, and the average lot size is 8737. And I'm pointing that out when I get to the CUP. So we have a lake. Excuse me? Oh, okay. Let me just tell you how the drainage works. Everything on the site flows from north to south. Everything flows from north to the south. The creek runs on our property on the southern border there, and everything kind of goes in towards that. So we have, you can see pretty much common ground along the southern border. 25% of the site is covered in common ground. And when we did this, the county requires a buffer of 25 feet from the top of the bank for the creeks there. And we're on our site here, we had the room, so we actually have about a 50-foot buffer of no disturb from the top of the bank of the creek. The lake's about a half an acre, and it's providing our stormwater management, and it's also providing our water quality. So one of the requirements that you do, one of the things you do when you're doing sites like this is the water coming onto our site from the north, we actually are picking that up, and that's actually being piped around our site, not going through our detention basin, and it goes directly in the creek, kind of like it does now, only not through our site. We're piping it around. But all the water on our site is picked up in storm sewers and taken to that detention basin. So all the water on our site will be treated for stormwater detention. We'll meter the water back out, and also for water quality, which is a requirement that the county has. So again, our entrance lines up directly across from Liberty High School. And ironically, if you went out there right now, there's actually, because that's where the driveway is, there's actually already a turn lane that goes into to this piece of property. So no improvements are necessary on Summers Road. Summers Road is a 3-lane road that goes all the way through from Double D up to Summers. So sanitary sewers flow along that creek. They're actually on our site, so we're going to tie into those. And the water is also along Summers Road. So I'm going to talk about the conditional use permit. What you see in this chart is what the R1E, which is what the zoning we're seeking, what the requirements are, and what our project Creekside is proposing. So on the lot size, 7,000 square feet is what the R1D requirements are. And our smallest lot is 7,750, and I told you earlier that our average lot is actually over 8,700 square feet. So we're not needing any conditional use permit relief for the lot size. Same thing with our front yard and our rear yard. The two areas we are seeking relief from with the CUP is the side yard setback. We would like that to go from 7 feet to 6 feet, and then the lot width from 70 feet to 60 feet. But again, our lots areas will actually be larger than what the R1E would allow. I put the grading plan in here just to show you how we develop this. The area on the south, which I know it's very hard to see, the area that's kind of shaded in red, that's our no disturb area, which is basically along the creek. So when we designed this site, what we did is we started there. We pushed the detention basin as far north as we could because we wanted to preserve that area along the creek. And then you have the detention basin, a walkout lot that takes you up to the next street, and then you go over, and then basically along the northern property line, we have between a 6 and 8 foot wall along there and grading. I'm going to point that out in a little bit because I'm going to talk about the Stub Street thought. There is no home builder that is set on this site yet, but I'm going to show you some representative houses. These are houses that Payne has built, and these are the type of houses that you're going to see. They're brick, stone. This is a modern farmhouse type house, but some of them are 2-car garages, and some of them are going to be 3-car garages. Not moving here. There we go. So these are just representative homes that you're going to see. All right. One of the things that's in the staff report and that came up through, that'll come up as you go through some of these other ones, is a Stub Street. I wrote a Stub Street report. I'm not sure if you guys saw it. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But when the staff report was uploaded online, actually, I believe the wrong staff report was uploaded. So I just want to make sure that everybody had a chance to read. I wrote a report that should have been uploaded. It wasn't, and I just want to make sure you guys had an opportunity to read that before we go further. But I am going to summarize the conditions. So what the staff wanted is they wanted us to do a Stub Street to the north. So if you looked at it, if you were visualizing our layout, they want us to put a Stub Street to the north. And we don't want to do that, and it's up to the Planning Commission to determine whether we have a unique case here. So the staff report and my letter that I wrote basically gives different reasons why you would want a stub street. And I can think of what's the purpose of a stub street. So the purpose of a stub street is to provide access to adjacent parcels. That's the reason you might do that. For health and safety reasons, and also for connectivity to roadways. And I don't think any of these apply to this piece of property, and I'm going to walk through each one of those. So we don't see why a stub street would be wanted at this site. So again, here's the property and the aerial on it. If you look, the eventual goal would be to take a road from Belmont, I believe it's called, to the north through the piece of property that's north of us, and then eventually tying into our piece of property. There's no hope of extending this to any other piece. The pieces that are to the east of us and to the south of us, first off, there's a creek to the east of us and a creek to the south of us that you'd have to cross. And the only way that this is going to provide more connectivity is if you were to tie that into those public streets in those large lot subdivisions that are being redeveloped. I met a nice lady here in the back of the room, and I'm hoping she comes up and speaks, because she lives off of Forest Drive, and she would be adamantly opposed to, I believe, that type of a connection, which could eventually then give people a bypass to get down to Double D. So I don't believe that a stub street requiring us to put a stub street to the north, it's not going to do anything to provide additional access to adjacent properties. Health and safety is another reason that you might do it. This is from the Wentzville Fire Protection District, who we have contacted. Their requirement is you need a secondary access when you have 100 lots or more. We're proposing 45 lots. We don't need a secondary access, and they won't require them. So there's no health and safety concern with anyone. And then the third reason would be some type of connectivity to another roadway. Again, the only other roadway that this could ever connect to would be to somehow buy out some of the homes that are in those large lots subdivisions that are being redeveloped and try to get over to Forest Avenue, Forest Road, and then driving down. And I guarantee you that none of those people would be happy with that. So I don't see connectivity to any other roadways being a possibility. Other considerations that I put in the report that I provided to you was, I believe we're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. I live in this area. I, in fact, was the first house in Avondale. A lot of the topic of that came up earlier tonight. I was the first person to live out there and recently moved off of Highway N, so I drive this all the time. There's not a traffic problem that we're trying to alleviate, and making any stub up there is not going to change anything. So I think we're trying to solve a problem that does not exist. I sat there, I drive it all the time, I know the traffic. I actually drove out there, and on my way to work, I just sit there in the gravel driveway across the street, and I've watched traffic come in and out of the school. There are some problems then, but nobody waited, even coming out of the school, for more than 2 minutes. I sat there and I took photographs every 5 minutes for several days just to verify that. So I don't think we're doing anything, but what we would be doing is we'd be making this development less desirable, which is not what we want. People like having a closed community like this, and our objection is we don't want to make this development less desirable by putting a stub street to the north. The other issue that I have is along the north property line, we're going to have to do some type of grading or wall. Now, we're engineers, we could figure it out, we'd bring the grading down, but we would be doing something, forcing it, that isn't necessary. And my last comment about that is, what we're ending out with is basically a connection that's just going to be 1,000 feet south of another connection. So all we did was move the connection. This isn't providing any alternative route. All it's doing is moving the connection point 1,000 feet. So again, 3 points that I've mentioned. I don't believe this is helping any adjacent properties. I don't think there's a health and safety condition that we're concerned about, and I don't believe this is helping with connectivity to additional roadways or providing alternative access points. With that, again, I want to focus on the site plan. This is the site plan, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about any of this.
Do the streets and cul-de-sac turnarounds meet county standards?
They do, they do. In fact, the one on the upper right is a larger one for bus turnaround, and it's a large cul-de-sac.
I am curious, why right across from the high school entrance and exit?
Excuse me?
Did you say that the entrance and exit to the subdivision here is right across from the entrance to the high
Right,
school?
yes, it is.
I'm curious as to why, because so much traffic usually, especially during the morning and in the afternoon, coming in and out of the high school. Why there?
Well, actually, I think that's the best place for it, because one thing, most of the people that are coming out of here are going to turn right or left, and as I sat there, that isn't the problem. I think you want to be lined up with that point. And that's actually where the existing driveway is. And there's actually it's already striped. It's even marked as a left turn lane in and out of here. So we picked that place because we thought it would be best for traffic.
About how many linear feet are the paved surfaces? Do you know offhand? I mean, it looks like it's roughly about 1,300 linear feet. Is that about right? Or 1,400?
Oh, the street?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that overall dimension, I could look it up. So that's about 1,200 feet.
1,200, okay, I was thinking maybe 13, okay.
Yeah, I've got a
So the pavement's probably, if the overall dimension is 1,200 feet, that length of that street is probably 1,100 feet or so.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I've got a question for staff. Robert, they're looking like they're asking for a 6,000 square foot minimum, but they're not going to be 6,000? I mean, it looked like the smallest lot size was...
7,250?
Yeah, I don't think they're asking for that part, the 6,000 square foot minimum. All of their lots are going to be larger than 7,000 square feet.
Because I'm seeing on the first page, proposed zoning, R1E, single family. Okay, never mind. I see 7,000. Okay.
7,250 or something, wasn't it?
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well,
Robert, is Summers Road a county road, or is it the city of O'Fallon at that section, do you know?
It's a county road.
Is it a county road? Okay. So there has been discussion with staff on the alignment for the road?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Engineering's looked at that traffic with the county to make sure that alignment works with the school and there's no concerns with that?
Yeah. It's better for things to line up because if you have an offset,
it is.
Then the turning movements sometimes conflict.
Yeah, there's more conflicts. Gotcha.
But they are asking for 6,000 square foot.
I think I have clarification on that. The conditional use includes all those things in one paragraph. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to use all of them, if that clarifies it. The conditional use has all three of those things in one paragraph, but he's only going to utilize the 60 feet and the 60. That's why it's a request for all of that.
But he could come and relay it out for a 6,000 square foot lot.
And that plat would have to be approved here.
We can cover that in the conditional use permit staff
Conditions.
report. And that's where there's a condition in there to prevent that.
Okay, thank you.
We don't want it.
Any other questions?
Yeah, this is for staff. So Mr. Voles addressed a couple of things that weren't discussed on the county staff, like for instance, the stub into another subdivision and the wall. What is the story with that? Could you elaborate on that, why that wasn't brought up and he is elaborating on it?
You want to cover that now or during the rezoning part or the plat part?
I'm sorry?
You want to cover that now during the rezoning consideration or the
Oh,
plat?
okay, I see what you're saying. Never mind. Okay.
I was going to say cover it now, but.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. We'll now open the public hearing for zoning map amendment request at 2320 Somers Road. It's RZ 23-08. Anyone wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's John Amory, and I live at 2227 Circle Drive.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Hello, my name's John Amory. I am a neighbor to the east side of 2320 Summers Road. I own 2227 and 2239 Circle Drive. These border the eastern edge of the proposed developments. The developer indicated that water goes around this development. How does it go around? Whose property does it go around on? That was a statement made earlier that the property goes around this development. So it can either go to the east or to the west. If it goes to the east, the water is going around the development onto my property. I would, of course, be against that. There's not a creek to the east of the property. It's my property that's to the east of it. So that's an incorrect statement. Traffic is a problem that exists. There are a number of problems with traffic in the area. In the mornings, there's a number of cars that are waiting to pull into the high school, both directions, and so you have a lot of traffic buildup on this road. In the afternoons, when the high school lets out, the kids actually leave the high school, go to the right, pull into Oak, thank you, honey, and turn around in the church there and then pull back out onto Summers Road and go down that. So because of the unaddressed traffic issues with the high school and the new construction in the area, the children who just want to get home soon are actually creating a worse problem. No wall to the north is needed. This ground is nearly flat. I don't understand why a wall would be needed in flat ground there. The property to the north, 2280 Summers, is likely to become a subdivision one day. I would hate to predict the future, but currently this property does not have access to sewer. If that property is going to get turned into a subdivision, it would need sewer access. The alternative is to, of course, run the sewer costs my property, which I'm not in favor of. Why don't you do it now with the less developed property? After roadways, retention basins, utility easements, and any other non-housing land use requirements are implemented, how many acres of land will be available for subdividing into lots? How many houses will be built on this area? It wasn't clear from the plat map. In previous discussion today, it was brought up along Highway DD that you should take into consideration the housing areas that are near developments. That was brought up as a critical issue with that one. I think that is not being done for this one. If you look at the houses that adjoin this property and look at the subdivisions that adjoin this property, they all have significantly more acreage per lot than what is being proposed here. Anticipate the entry to this subdivision will be roughly in front of the high school. What changes are being planned for Summer Road to accommodate this additional traffic, and also for the children that will be walking across busy Summers Road to the high school? Has the school board or the school been discussed with this potential use? I think many people have testified here this evening that the schools are overloaded, and here's property right next to a school that could be used for additional school capacity. Has that been discussed with the schools? Thank you very much for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I will.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Jasmine Amory. I live in 2227 Circle Drive in O'Fallon, and we are also the property that's directly behind this new development. My biggest concern is that, along with my husband, that traffic is not being addressed. I understand that they're going to line it up. Thank you. I understand that they're going to line up the entrance and the school entrance exit to make it a little more, to make it flow better. However, I will tell you, I was part of the 2015 and 2016 parent committee that tried to put a stoplight in front of the east entrance of Liberty High School for the same reason. Basically, traffic issues. You got 2,370 students coming in and out of there. There's got to be a nicer way or a safer way for them to get in and out. When we had the committee meetings, City of O'Fallon showed up, which was really great. Lake St. Louis was a no-show. They didn't really want to participate. City of O'Fallon helped us out, and because of their help, they managed to put a stoplight at Paul Renaud, which is the absolute edge of where City of O'Fallon can service and where Lake St. Louis begins. So my concern is If I can't get a stoplight for 2,300 students, I don't know if you'll be able to address getting a stoplight for 45 homes and families, okay? So it's something to think about to address the safety. I mean, you're talking about brand-new drivers here coming in and out of high school. It's a dangerous intersection by itself because of that reason. They're just novice, they're just new. But anyway, just something to think about. If you guys can figure out how to mitigate that, I'd be okay with some of the proposal, but that is my biggest concern. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chris Ludwig, and I live at 2211 Circle Drive. My property, I guess the northwest portion of my property would adjoin this development, this proposal. I wanted to touch real briefly on the traffic situation. We've covered it, but just to put into perspective, in the morning time, coming from Highway N to the high school is literally backed up all the way to N to that QT area, so it's pretty dangerous. In the afternoon, when the kids are coming out, it's even more dangerous, right? Because they're trying to get out of there as fast as they can, and there's a ton of traffic. So saying there's no traffic there is ridiculous. You're in a helicopter if you're saying there's no traffic there. My biggest concern is, you know, we want this rezoned, and they show us a piece of paper, and you know, it's a drawing, right? And you talk about the creeks and whatnot. So basically, the south side of this development is a creek. That creek runs the whole length of my property line. And it's dry most of the time. It's really kind of a runoff creek. It gets huge and swells and takes on a lot of water. I don't know if it can take on this extra water. It's going to flow down, and I think there's 1, 2, 3 houses that creek runs in their backyards, and then it'll run into mine. I don't know if we can take that extra water. We get water coming from the opposite direction, and we're getting flooding over top of Oak, which we can't get fixed by anybody now. And so now we're going to have water coming from both directions. And then also I have a pond that's on that same corner that I'm concerned that won't be able to hold the runoff from this development either. So that's really the only thing I wanted to say. Maybe you guys should look into that before we go ahead and rezone. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Leroy Dickerver, 2280 Summers Road, if you could pull my place up there on the map. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Can you pull the map up? I'm just north of it.
Okay.
Good neighbors. Shame they passed away. I know all the kids, love them. Great kids. They all work in the area. I want them to see it sold. Whatever you guys approve, I think I'm going to sell mine too. I want the Stubbs Street now. Since you changed your mind about something, I do want the Stubbs Street. Can I talk about that later or now?
Later.
Okay, but he's talked about it earlier, so. The only thing, if I stay, I asked him to put a fence up. I know it's up to him to put a 6-foot privacy fence, just like I did with Belmont Landing, which I had to go from St. Charles County to O'Fallon because they switched. And the sewers, I guess I do need maybe to hook onto the sewers if we can do that before the construction plan's done, and maybe water. I do have sewers by Belmont Landing. I could hook onto them that way. I say I, but whoever. So that's all I got to say right now.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Arnie C. A.C. Genoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. And so again, this is another tough zoning issue. Unincorporated county versus annexation to the city of O'Fallon. Under the city of O'Fallon's R1 zoning district, if they would annex to O'Fallon, they could potentially put 10 homes at 14.81 acres would be a yield of 148 homes. Again, were our partner letters. We heard from one school board member from the Wentzville R4 school district that they're out of space in this neighborhood of places for students in the classroom. Again, where's a letter from the transportation director of the Wentzville School District about the availability of bus pickup and drop-off and the turning radius for both the school district and the Wentzville Fire Protection District, which would service this neighborhood. Where's the Duckett Creek letter that they currently, without the new sewer plant that'll be built in about a year and a half, can they handle the increase in sewage capacity? And the same with Public Water District Number 2. As we all know, they get the majority of their water from either the city of St. Louis or St. Louis County, and can they take on these additional homes? Again, I guess the question comes down to 45 homes versus 148 homes. I'll let you make that decision. Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Tiffany Ludwig, and I'm at 2211 Circle Drive. So in reference to the traffic also, Wentzville School District did pass something earlier this year that you cannot make a left-hand turn out of the high school because there's so much traffic and so many accidents there. So you can no longer make a left turn when you leave at night. Also, the water runoff, the creek does run by ours. We have sent St. Charles County many photos of severe weather when the road's impassable on Oak Drive. And then I'm just wondering if, 45 homes has been brought to the Wentzville School District since we do have the elementary school and the high school within walking distance from that subdivision. That would create a lot more students in both of those, or all three of those schools, because then you also have Frontier that's on Highway Double D. So I'm not sure if that's been discussed either, since they're all at capacity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Ask the applicant to come back.
Could you go back to
Any questions for the applicant?
I just wanted to talk about the stormwater, and I probably wasn't very clear when I was talking about it. But the creek that I was talking about, and you can see it maybe better on this one, it's not directly adjacent to the east side of our property. It's actually in between that Circle Drive. It actually runs through the middle of Circle Drive. So, but there is a creek that runs along our south property line. And when I was talking about the bypass, what I mean is one of the things that you do when you're trying to control stormwater is if you take all of that water that's off our site and run it through our detention basin, it's going to fill up our detention basin very quickly. And then the detention basin isn't serving any purpose. So the theory and what you do is you take off-site water that's coming onto your property and you put inlets in and you pipe it around your property, and then you discharge it in the same place it was going before. So basically what you're doing is you're trying to take care of all the existing water that's coming onto your site and making it not go through your basin. And then you take your on-site water and you run that through pipes, storm sewers that you collected in the streets and in backyards, and you take that to your basin where you detain it. Because if I took all the water off-site through the basin, it wouldn't serve any purpose. So that's what I meant to explain. I wasn't meaning that we were taking water more water anywhere. We're letting the existing water go where it goes, offsite water go where it goes now, and then we're detaining and treating the water that's on site. So,
Okay. Thank you, sir.
and then through our detention basin, it gets discharged where it currently gets discharged into the creek on the south from our site, where it does right now. So,
Any other questions for the applicant?
You're still not making it very clear for the people in the audience. You need to be a little more clear on what happens to that water, how you discharge it.
yeah.
There's rules and regs on discharging water off of property. You can't increase the amount of flow onto other people's property by building, so you
Okay.
have to.
I'll go into more detail about that. But, so again, the off-site water comes to our site, we capture it, we pipe it around, and we discharge it where it goes right now, so there's no impact at all. The on-site water, we collect it in inlets in the streets and in backyards, and we take it to what is a lake on this site. It doesn't always have to be a lake. And then we control the water. What you do is you let the lake fill up. There's a ponding elevation. You let the lake fill up so you're not releasing water at any greater rate than you're currently releasing it. And then you gradually let that water be released. Now, the problem with that used to be, and there's been a lot of advances in this, in old subdivisions, the way that worked is the release rate was we only were detaining for major big storms. But lakes like this and detention basins now, we're detaining for small storms, the ones that occur every year, and we're detaining for big storms, the one that occurs every 100 years. So these basins work now for small storms, for large storms, and we take all that water into our basin and then we hold it and then gradually release it at no greater than the current rate. So that's how detention basins work. And we also do in those basins what they call water quality. So that first flush of water that leaves a site has pollutants and things like that in it, and that's treated in that lake as well, rather than being released into the creek. So,
Thank you.
Will you have a homeowners association?
there will be, yes.
Okay.
And they'll be responsible for
The basin?
for maintenance of the basin ongoing, and the common areas, so.
Any other questions?
Just to clarify, you're tying into the existing sanitary, you're not tying into sanitary on someone else's property,
No,
correct?
the existing sanitary is actually on our site, and it runs right along the creek, which is where sewers usually run, and we're going to tie into that on our site, and so we don't need any easements, and we're not going to be off-site at all.
Sir?
Sure.
I have a question that, Thank you. The size of the lots, with 45 lots there, and there's going to be a huge population that's going to live there. With so much more going out into this, off onto Summers Road, cars, vehicles, traffic, what would be the chance of increasing the size of those lots?
Well, I guess I don't quite understand the question.
I'd like to see bigger lots.
Okay. I'm going to go back to this aerial. The lots in this subdivision and the density in this subdivision, when you look to the west, you see all those subdivisions there? Ours is less dense than those. When you look to the north, all those subdivisions, ours is less dense than those. When you look to the east, there's trailer parks, and we're way less than all of those. We're less than any of the developments that you see currently being built along Summers Road, all the new ones, the ones by Houston Homes, the one that's currently being built at Double D and Summers Road. All of those we're less dense than.
Yeah.
So
I just have
it's almost
heartburn.
like I hate to say it's too late to have that opinion, because you could do that and reduce the count here by 2 cars, but it's
Yeah, I have heartburn when I think my neighbor's going to be 14 feet from me. It's just awful close.
Well, like I said, my home, I lived in Avondale for a long time, so my kids grew up, on 7 acres down there. And they all grew up and moved out, so.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none, thank you, sir. We'll now bring PRE 23-02 preliminary, that's a preliminary plat. I got the wrong thing in.
Yeah.
That one's, yeah. We'll bring back RZ 23-08, zoning map amendment request, 23 Summers Road, back to the commission for consideration. Questions, comments?
No, I think that this zoning's pretty consistent with what you've seen along Summers Road.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve RZ 23-08 as presented by staff.
Motion.
Motion, Mr. Mullins, second. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
No.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Ms. Famer?
Yes.
Ms. Kirshner?
No.
And I vote yes. Next item on the agenda is conditional use permit request at 2320 Summers Road. The application is CUP 23-09. Property owners, Mayor E. Blankenship, Todd L. How do you pronounce the name? Gorge? Okay.
Gouge.
Laura
Gouge.
Laura K. Roush, Gail A. Wilms, Joan M. Grilly, and Richard F. Gouge. Applicant is Payne Family Homes. The current zoning is A, Agricultural District. Proposed zoning is R1E, Single Family Residential District, 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. 2030 Master Plan recommends low-density residential land uses, 1 to 4 units per acre. The CUP request is housing units in the R1E district with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet, a minimum lot width of 60 feet, and a minimum side yard setback of 6 feet. The CUP area is 14.81 acres. The location is 2320 Somers Road, across Somers Road from Liberty High School, adjacent to the city of Fallon and near the city of Lake St. Louis, located in Council District 2. Staff.
This is phase 2 of 3 for this property this evening. The applicant is proposing to construct a 45-lot subdivision, as we discussed in the previous case, RZ 2308. The developer is asking for a conditional use to allow for housing units in the R1E district with a minimum dwelling size of 800 square feet, a minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet, and on lots of 60 feet wide with a 6-foot side yard. The applicant has requested not to take advantage of the reduction in lot size or dwelling size. The minimum lot size for the R1E zoning district is 7,000 square feet, and the minimum dwelling size is 1,000 square feet. The developer will meet those standards. The applicant in his narrative states they are asking for this conditional use permit to allow for flexibility in design, to make a better community plan, and to allow for more quality of life amenities. They state more than half of the lots will back to a common ground and buffer yards. Conditional use permits are evaluated based on criteria established by Section 405-510B of the Unified Development Ordinance. And those 5 factors are discussed in the Planning and Zoning staff report for this case.
Any questions for staff? Hearing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. Have to do this all over again. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do. Again, my name is David Bowles. I'm with Bowles Engineering, and I heard the staff report and agreed with everything in it, and my previous presentation would stand, and so don't have any further thing to add.
Okay, so this conditional use is just the minimum side yard?
It's the minimum side yard and the lot width.
Lot width, the 60-foot lot. The size of the actual square footage will meet the standard.
Yes. In fact, our average lot on the preliminary plat, which you'll see next, is quite a bit larger than what the minimum would be.
Okay. Any question for the applicant? Thanks, sir. We'll now open the public hearing for CUP 23-09, conditional use permit request located at 2320 Somers Road. Anyone wishing to speak? I got to swear you in again. You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address for the
Leroy
record.
Dick Herbert, 2280 Summers Road, north of the property. I just The stub road, is it in or is it out? I think it would be great for my property. I ain't worried about going over to Belmont Landing, which is in the city of O'Fallon. And then we also have another neighbor behind me we have to deal with. But I think for school buses, it would be great. Fire trucks. And I know I'll probably lose a couple houses. So what? Can't take it with you. But, did ask for a fence, but that's between me and him, and he said something about a
Sir,
20-foot buffer.
Yeah.
He told me he'd give me a 20-foot buffer or something. He hasn't said that today, but, so that's the main thing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone else? Come on, Arnie. You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings on the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much. Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I'm in favor of the stub street for further development and not to, the gentleman that just testified before me, it really impede his process to develop his property. So I think the stub street is really needed here, and I agree with the staff recommendation, and it will allow for development of the adjoining parcel. I'm opposed to reducing the side yard setback from 7 foot to 6 foot. I believe that they need to live within our minimum requirements set forth by the county codified code. I'm opposed to reducing the minimum lot requirements. It's unknown. It's 6,000 square feet in some places, and again, the applicant clarified that he's about 7,000 square foot, so I'm not sure what to believe there. And the third issue I'm opposed to is the front lot width from 70 foot to 60 foot. I believe that that's unreasonable, and I would ask that they comply and meet the minimum requirement of the county codified code. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for CUP 23-09. Anyone have any additional questions for the applicant? So we'll bring CUP 23-09 conditional use permit request for 2320 Summers Road back to the commission for consideration. Questions, comments? Seeing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve CUP 23-09.
Motion.
Second.
That's Mr. Cleary. Mr. Cornwell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Kirchner?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Right, you got it.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is preliminary plat for Creekside at Summers, located at 2320 Summers Road. The application is PRE 23-03. The property owners are Mary E. Blankenship, Ted L. Gouge, Laura J. Rash, Gail A. Wilms, Joan M. Grilly, and Richard F. Gouge. Applicant is Payne Family Homes. The engineer is Volts Incorporated. Requested zoning R1E Single Family Residential District, 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. Plot area is 14.81 acres. Proposed lots is 43 lots, 3 dwellings per acre gross. Location is 2320 Summers Road, across Summers Road from Liberty High School, adjacent to the city of O'Fallon, and near the city of Lake St. Louis. This is located in Council District 2. Staff.
You have in your packet the copy of the plat, staff analysis, and plus the engineer's analysis in terms of the stub street. So assuming that the zoning would be approved and the conditional plat would be approved, then the subdivision plat, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Assuming that the rezoning be approved and the conditional use permit approved, then the plat would comply with the county's subdivision regulations, except possibly on one consideration, and that's up to your determination. County staff views this as not meeting the requirement to put in a stub street unless you have unusual cases, and I'll read you the specifics on this. The system of streets, this is from the subdivision regulations, system of streets designated for the subdivision except in unusual cases must connect with any streets already dedicated in adjacent subdivisions. You may realize that there's a vacant lot just north of this, but north of that, there's a stub street from Belmont Circle. And where no adjacent street connections are platted must in general be the reasonable projection of streets in adjacent tracts and must continue to the boundaries of the tract subdivided so that other subdivisions may connect therewith. The thought here is that are we headed towards every parcel fronting on Summers Road having their own individual cul-de-sac? And if so, you know, there's the only possible traffic pattern is this back and forth. Ideally, there would be some connections between the tracks up and down Summers Road. What I heard from the applicant tonight, the engineer, was that that he believes that the street connections were unnecessary, but I didn't hear why it was necessarily not possible. This says here, except in unusual cases. I didn't hear what the unusual case was in order not to provide a stub street. Also, I would note in your packet, there's a photograph of the stub street existing in Belmont Circle in the city of O'Fallon, one track north of this. We have a photograph here where the street ends. There's a sign that says street extension for future development. In other words, for years and years, there's been the plan to extend Belmont Circle when the opportunity arose, when the tract was developed next door. So we'd like to see some interconnection with interior streets rather than to forcing all traffic to rely upon arterial streets like Summers Road.
Questions for staff? So the property in between the proposed development and Belmont, is that O'Fallon or the county?
Belmont Circle, City of O'Fallon, the intervening tract is unincorporated county.
But there wouldn't, if we put a stub street in the proposed project, what would be the issues? So I believe this gentleman now says he'd like a stub street. The connecting of this, since we have two different jurisdictions.
Well, someday the roads would connect, and it wouldn't necessarily be dependent upon jurisdictions, or it wouldn't necessarily prevent it being in different jurisdictions, but the streets could connect someday. And it's possible these tracks could be in a different jurisdiction someday as well.
So Robert, on our plat that we have here, where approximately were you, what lots were you looking at in terms of where the street would be stubbed in? Is it around lot 8, 9, somewhere in there?
Well, the subdivision regulation says must in general be the reasonable projection of streets in adjacent tracts, so I suppose somewhere around 12 or 13.
12 or 13, okay.
Potentially. But it's really, I think there's a reasonable question on, is it really required or are there unusual cases? So we'd like to leave that up to you.
Would grading be an unusual case in this circumstance? It does look like it drops off pretty good, but I mean, you could always design that and figure that out, but I didn't know if we've run into previous cases like that.
We don't really see the topography difference really preventing a street going through, but on the other hand, I think the developer's engineer is looking at placing a retaining wall on the backside to capture stormwater and route it around the edge of the property. So that would be something that would have to be worked out.
Gotcha. I was just looking at the stub would potentially need retaining walls with that, but okay. We can ask them about that.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, I ask the applicants to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is David Voles, and with Voles Engineering, and our address is 10849 Indian Head Industrial, 63132. Can you, all right. So again, the site's there in red, you can see it. The Belmont is the subdivision that's to the north, and there is a stub street that's pointed down towards our site. So the unusual circumstances that I'm pointing out is, what is the benefit of this? I'm just doing something for the sake of following a rule, because that isn't going to provide access to any neighboring properties. It's not going to provide any health and safety issues. Mr. Dickherber hasn't figured it out yet, but when he goes to sell his property, the guy who buys his property is going to want a curb cut off of Summers Road. So, you know, this is not going to eliminate a curb cut off of Summers Road. The only thing it's going to do is provide a way for the high school kids when they leave to go straight across, drive through this subdivision, drive through Belmont, drive through Mr. Dickherber's property to save 30 seconds. And it's actually going to cause more traffic on Summers Road when people start doing that. Now, the people who live to the east the ones that spoke earlier, they should be the ones that are concerned, because the next step would be to try to connect to those public roads there and then get another access point down to Double D. So I'm against this because I don't see the purpose of it. I don't see anybody using this ever, except for somebody who's trying to save a little bit of time cutting through like this that are high school students. They should stay on that road. And the only thing that's moving is we're moving from Summers Road connection right here 1,000 feet up, again to Summers Road. I'm not getting to another road. I'm not getting to a different road. I'm just allowing people to go to bypass. So this isn't providing better circulation. And that's the unusual circumstance that I'm talking about. This is an unusual case. Normally, let me tell you, I'm an engineer and land planner. We love stub streets. I put stub streets everywhere I can. I'm never against stub streets. But in this case, I don't see the purpose of making that connection. I don't see the purpose of doing that. And, you know, we do have grading, and I'll show you the site plan. What happens is, I'm trying to avoid this creek, so I'm starting at that elevation. And then I have to build a dam for the, this thing moves. I have to build a dam to get up to the lake elevation. And then I have walkout lots, so I'm gradually trying to make up, there's more grade across there than you think. I'm trying to make up grade as I go from south to north. And by the time I get there, I have to do something with that elevation change, because you need a pad for where the house goes. And I make up quite a bit of it on those lots that are on the south there, because those are walkout lots, so I can make up, 6 or 8 feet there. But by the time I get to the north, you're right, I can do something. I could wrap those around and bring that down, but that is forcing an access point in a place that's not going to serve any purpose. And it's only going to be used as a cut-through. It's not going to be used to better the traffic situation here. And that's what I think is the unusual case. And I guess that's it. So I'm saying that we're making this project less desirable. We're making the project to the north of us less desirable. We haven't figured that out yet, but for no benefit, for no reason, other than to follow the rule that's in the book. And that's the unusual case that I think we have here. So, any questions?
Okay, thank you, sir.
I guess mine would be, would you be an advocate of any properties along there just having it going into cul-de-sacs then, if it's just going to go back onto Summers Road? Like the property, like you said, to the north of it? I mean...
So the property to the north, their layout is going to be identical to our layout. Wish I had a better view of this. But there's an existing lake. Basically, if their piece of property is shaped just like our piece of property is shaped. So when that gets developed, they're going to put a lake in exactly the same location. They're going to have a road along the north with 2 cul-de-sacs that come down, because that's the best way to lay that piece of property out. And fortunately, their access point is going to be right across from another road that's right across the street, the other access to Liberty. So that's where it should be. And you can see it. Well, you can see the drive right there. The northern part of the access to the Liberty High School parking lot, that is right where their driveway, their access is going to be and where it should be. And so we're going to provide a cut-through that isn't doing anything.
Gotcha.
So-
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We'll open the public hearing for PRE 23-03, preliminary plat for Creekside at Somers Road. Anyone wishing to speak? You solemnly swear you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address.
Leroy Dick Herber. I'm doing pretty good for not cussing. I'm for the county. I think both pieces should have been developed twice, but I weaseled out on contracts. I had people waiting there for me to get home. 08, Brad Goss brought me a nice contract. I didn't want to go yet, and I'm ready to go now. So I think it needs to be a stub street in there. And since I'm only going to probably have one entrance up there across from the school on the upper end, we'll make everything work out.
Well,
maybe it's a little bit less than his pocketbook. I hope my neighbors ain't mad at me, but that's the way I'm looking at it.
But you already have a stub street connected to your property.
That's in O'Fallon, but do we even want to consider that? We got stub streets at Lake St. Louis going into O'Fallon that nobody uses. You know, is there? I don't know how many lawsuits against everybody. I ain't got any right now myself, but but I just think it's a good thing. But
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Chris Ludwig. I live at 2211 Circle Drive. I just want to go on the record that I really want the stub street because he doesn't. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak? Oh, God. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tiffany Ludwig, 2211 Circle. I guess now that it looks like all of this is going through, I would just want to know what like the process is for like the landscaping or the trees to be left. I do want to say that all of the, and I think Mrs. Kirschner mentioned this, but all of the houses that directly hit this property that they're developing are all over 1 acre lots. And there is a demand, a huge demand for people to have a larger lot in, you know, in an area. So it would be nice for these lots to be larger, but mostly just to know that, you know, they're going to preserve some of the trees and the things that back up to it. And then what happens to the water runoff if it doesn't go the way they planned, since that did happen when they put in Legends Point and they had huge water spillage and flooding on properties that hadn't seen flooding in 25 plus years.
This is just a preliminary plat, so the final plat will address those issues about tree preservation and making sure that it meets the county water control standards. So all that's addressed with the plat. It's the final plat.
Okay.
Which has to come back for approval.
And I think a stub street would provide an outlet for the people in the subdivision, correct? Is that what that would?
No, assuming the property in between was developed, then it would, but it would just be an access there. But right now, you have this gentleman's property, so that stub street's just going to stop at the property line.
Okay.
So it would have to match up with his property. When we developed his property, that street would have to connect to his street, and then the other streets in his property would have to connect to on the other side.
Okay. I think there's going to be a lot of problems getting out from the high school with 45 homes and now potentially that lot next to it also wanting to be sold and developed right across from a school that already has a lot of traffic issues. So I'm sure something's going to have to be done with that, or kids are going to be getting in accidents. Well, they already are. That's why they can't turn left out of there now. So.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll be quick.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, John Amory, 2227 Circle Drive. There were a couple comments made by the developer regarding the stub street. One of the comments was that it didn't provide an advantage. It was just a cut-through. A cut-through would be an advantage, but it wouldn't provide a cut-through. What it would provide is one less road emptying onto Summers Road, which a number of people have already testified is a traffic problem currently. So that is the advantage, not to the property that's being developed. The advantage is to Summers Road, that you have less streets dumping out into an already congested area. It was also discussed the potential of connecting to Circle Drive. That's the property in the road that accesses my property. That would not be possible because Circle Drive does not conform to minimum standards for a subdivision. It's a old, very narrow street, so that would not be a possible alternative. The only possible alternative is to do the stub street across Mr. Dick Herber's land to the neighborhood to the north. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for PRE 23-03. Bring that back to the commission for consideration. Any questions, comments? Hearing none. Oh, somebody have a down there? Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to approve application PRE 23-03, finding that no unusual case exists to justify the building of a stub street and that the preliminary plat meets all the technical requirements of the county.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Kirshner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Cleary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay.
Natalie.
The next
So,
item
just-
on our agenda is zoning map amendment request at 4639 Central School Road. Applications RZ 23-10. The property owners are Natalie A. Fields and Amy L. Pallado. Current zoning is R1E, single-family residential district, 7,000 square foot minimum lot size. Proposed zoning is R3A, minimum density residential district, maximum 10 dwellings per acre. The 2030 master plan recommends low-density residential, 1 to 4 units per acre. The rezoning area is 2.1 acres. The location is 4639 Central School Road on the north side of Central School Road across from Triad South Drive, adjacent to the city of St. Peters, located in Council District 7. Staff.
This parcel is a little over 2 acres, and the applicant approached county staff a few months ago about the possibility of developing this tract under the existing zoning, the R1E zoning. And we went through several scenarios, and I guess the bottom line is when you apply the subdivision regulations, because the lot configuration, it's only like 225 feet deep, and if you build a street, it's really hard to develop and get, say, more than 5 strangely shaped lots out of this parcel. For instance, you might be able to have like an L-shaped street system and a cul-de-sac in the back, and then just have these 5 long parcels that go out to Central School Road. So after talking it over, the applicant looked into the possibility of rezoning it to a multifamily residential that would allow the flexibility to develop a residential development that's often called middle housing. And what's meant by that is, the way I think of it is, it's kind of like a housing form that's somewhere one step between single-family residential and multifamily. You have in your packet a proposed concept plan that shows developers' vision for developing this parcel with 10 dwellings, some of which are attached, but they're all single-family residential homes. The interesting part about it is, notice there's no street, there's no driveways, there's no garages. Instead, you have a shared parking in a parking lot. And what that allows is for the flexibility that would be necessary the applicant feels in order to develop this. And an interesting benefit for this sort of housing type is that there is a growing demand for it in lots of different jurisdictions around the country. And even here in St. Charles County, you'll note the demographics have changed so much over the last couple decades. I'll give you an example. The majority of households now is composed of either one person or two persons, two people. So the majority of households now are one or two people. If all of our zoning is simply a single-family residential zoning and each one has a street, you know, and the driveway and the two-car garage, three-car garage, et cetera, that's a lot to, you're setting yourself up for some pretty expensive housing for one or two people. So what I'm trying to get at is, I do believe that there is a place within the range of housing for places like St. Charles County for what's called middle housing, and in this case, that's what the developer's proposing.
Any questions for staff?
So this rezoning, Robert, is just really tight. I mean, this concept might not land. This is just regular underlying zoning. So we could be, I like the concept, but we could be going a lot more dense here, potentially, if this doesn't work through. Once you rezone it, it's, okay.
Yes, zoning is not contingent upon anything. There's no conditions for rezoning. Should it be rezoned, they could build whatever the development standards are in that district. So it's true that they do not be bound to follow that concept plan. But the developer did want to provide an idea for what they're proposing for you to consider.
And I guess the medium density is 10 dwelling units per acre, but as a form of that, could that be an apartment building that potentially could be on this site? Or would it just be like villas and things like that? Just the zoning itself?
The proposed zoning, yeah. The proposed zoning could be developed up to 10 dwellings per acre. So it could be an apartment building, yes.
Okay.
But the number of acres is such, it's like 2.2 acres.
Yeah.
It couldn't be that large of an apartment building. One other factor is, in my mind, it's across the street from Triad Industrial Park and attached housing to the southwest. Having said that, directly to the west of this is a traditional single-family residential subdivision.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, I ask the applicant to come forward. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Tim Green, 7253 Watson, St. Louis. I did bring packets. I don't know if should I pass them on.
Sure. We'll hand them out. There you go. Just give me all.
All right. It's a long night. I'm ready for bed. I'll try to make this quick for y'all, but I do want to provide be a little thorough and provide a good idea of what I'm actually trying to accomplish. As Robert mentioned, we did try designing a traditional single-family neighborhood, but due to the size and just shallow depth of that parcel, a design that wholly complies with subdivision and zoning regulations was just unattainable, and it's likely due to when some land was acquired to widen Central School Road, 94 back then. The sole purpose of this rezoning request is to free up the design constraints and help this parcel realize its development potential intended under its existing R1E single-family zoning. When viewed from a lot size perspective, the proposed 12 homes is less than what could theoretically be allowed. You could get 13 with the 7,000 square foot lots, 16 with the conditional use allowing 6,000 square foot lots. If you look at the map, while the current zoning is R1E, the surrounding land use pattern is not strictly single-family residential. It's quite a melting pot. Directly to the south, there is that industrial park, Triad South, with over probably 15 businesses, including a large storage facility. A concrete business adjoins right to the east. There's a park a little further east, and then just even a little further past that is a middle school and elementary. Hunters Point subdivision sits to the west, and then Alpine Heights, that townhome complex, sits to the southwest. The rest is filled in with a couple churches and various commercial. So based on the current landscape, the concept we're about to propose would not be out of character for the neighborhood. So the proposed concept, this type of development really has been a passion project for us for over the last half decade. It's something we're excited to share with you and hopefully bring to the community. I like to describe it as a pocket neighborhood. So essentially, it's a group of small homes around a shared open space. The homes would be single-story, for sale, so owner-occupied, around 1,200 square feet, and appeal to many demographics: young professionals, active seniors, empty nesters, small families, people downsizing. There'd be ample green space for a community garden, kids to play, a native plant habitat. A shared commons building would provide room for gathering, studying, exercising. And a great thing about this lot too, tree disturbance would be minimal. Mature trees form kind of a natural property border around it, and the goal would be to keep all those in place. There's even a row of trees that kind of run directly through the middle, and again, we'd like to keep as many of those that are healthy in that green space. I know people tend to get scared when they hear the words multifamily or increased density. I'm not asking for a 3-story or a 2-story or a 100-unit apartment complex. This will live and breathe like a single-family residential neighborhood, not only in building height, scale, roof lines, and individual entries, but also the owners who live here. It's going to create a stronger knit community than a traditional neighborhood. COVID reminded us that people crave interaction. This plan provides it. It forces engagement. You're not allowed to simply pull into your garage, close the door, and never talk to your neighbors again. Neighborhoods like this create a sense of belonging, care, and support. The setting encourages interaction among neighbors, laying the groundwork for caring relationships. The more of these encounters, the stronger the support and friendship grows, which are the basis for a healthy, livable community. So what is the real difference between this concept and a traditional neighborhood? Like Robert said, it just comes down to parking and garages. And in our eyes, that's another advantage. It takes away the architectural focus of front entry garages. Understand this is not a product for everyone, but not everyone wants to live in a traditional neighborhood either. Typically, if you're buying a new home, you have a few options. You could buy a tract home from a production builder. You could buy a custom home, which is likely a pretty expensive, going to be pretty costly. Or you could look at condos or townhomes in larger buildings and developments. This development fills in the gaps those options create and would appeal to those wanting to own a home but crave a sense of community. Seniors or adults looking to downsize. Maybe they want to stay in the community without having to care for a large yard or home, but they still want that green space. And people just want quality new homes that don't break the budget. Building costs are out of control. The affordability of new housing has become more out of reach. This will alleviate some of that pain. I spent a lot of time discussing this project with the neighbors, I probably knocked on 75 to 80 doors. I think I spoke to probably 25 to 35 residents. I left letters behind to those I didn't reach with contact information on how to get a hold of me. My experience was the overwhelming majority of the people I spoke to were okay with the project or at least passive about it. I did get 11 residents to sign in support of it. I did speak with 2 owners that were pretty adamantly against it. And I was able to reach 12 non-residential property owners, mostly in Triad South Industrial Park, that were all okay with the proposed plan. And finally, I did get an email today from a neighbor in the Hunters Point subdivision. They were thankful I spent the time to explain the plan, but also advised that there were some false rumors circulating about a high-rise apartment building going in there, and hopefully we squash that tonight. So just a quick recap. The purpose of this rezoning is to provide flexibility to achieve the property's intended potential. Only proposing a density that would technically be allowed under the current zoning. They're going to be single-story, for-sale homes. Based on the current land use, the concept proposed is not out of character for the neighborhood. It's going to live and breathe like a single-family neighborhood, just slightly modified. And it's a missing housing type that will fill a void. So one last time, we're not trying to jam as much as we can into a limited space. It's just to free up those restrictions to help this parcel achieve its intended use and potential under its current zoning. And by doing so, we'll be enhancing the community by filling demand for a desirable but missing housing type.
Questions for the applicant?
So do you have a square footage and price point in mind?
Yeah, so square footage, 1,200 square feet would be the maximum. I kind of see somewhere between 800 and 1,200 square feet being the range there. As far as price point, these are going to be on the entry side of new home purchases. So hopefully, low twos with the current landscape.
Right. Will there be covenants and restrictions in this?
That would be the plan.
Okay, and because I could see at that low price point, you could get investors and you could have a bunch of rental units there
Correct.
also.
Will there be basements?
That's to be decided. So, I know I don't have an answer for you for that today.
So you mentioned that it meets current zoning, but it doesn't. There's current zoning you're requesting.
Maybe I misspoke. I'm not exactly sure what point
No,
you said.
I thought you said this fits with the current zoning.
I said I'm only proposing a density that would potentially fit the current zoning. If you look at it just from a square footage standpoint.
So there's at least 50 letters of protest here from people who live in subdivisions around it, all basically concerned about home values, their home values going down based off of the cost of the homes and things like that. I don't know if you've seen them all, but that is a major concern of a lot of the people that live around there.
Yeah, I did see those come through late last night, and frankly, it caught me by surprise from my conversations with the neighborhood. But
So that, it's a lot. And I can understand that. If they've got a $300,000, $400,000 home, that's their fear.
But you look at what you got to drive through to get there. So, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Now we'll open the public hearing for RZ 23-10, zoning map amendment request at 4639 Central School Road. You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Josh Hall. I am, my address is 130 Hunters Point Drive. I am 2 properties down from the proposed property. And as you saw, and as you stated, thank you, Tracy, there was 50 some odd requests for this to not go through. Unfortunately, we got a couple. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. This is a little bit later. I got here at 7 o'clock, and pardon my dress, but I came back after I could not sleep after thinking about this. I wanted to be sure to voice my opinion here. The gentleman did come and visit some houses. He did visit the houses the day after the envelope arrived. My wife and I were unaware of this. My wife was at work at the time, and she did answer the door. She didn't have an answer yet. We didn't know what was happening. So I know everyone holds a similar stance in my neighborhood. We all discussed it. I saw several of my neighbors going to one of the people's houses to kind of draft these letters. I've been a resident of Cottleville and St. Charles area for the vast majority of my life, since I think I was 6, 7 years old. I do not want to see our residents become an overdeveloped and overpopulated region, and I do not want to begin setting the precedent of shoving as many single, small family dwellings as possible in available land for sale in the future. This neighborhood has been a haven to several families, big and small, for generations, and should continue to be a safe place for children to grow up and play safely without fear of dangers that will come with overdevelopment, such as increased traffic and just simply undue noise, petty theft, anything that could possibly happen. I know that there was recently an addition in Central School Road to make that a two-lane road because there was a lot of traffic there. This is only going to add a little bit more to that. I mean, 12 to 24 cars. This is the smallest residence we've seen all night. I've been following along online for the times I wasn't here, and I just personally cannot see this growing the community at all. I just feel like this is just going to continue to increase smaller and smaller cells of houses into smaller properties that come available. And there are plenty of apartment complexes across the region, right off of Mid Rivers and 364, right across the road from us on Central School Road, and I just saw a new one built over on Jungerman. There are plenty of opportunities for people to live in smaller family housing, and I don't believe that this would be great. So thank you for letting me speak today.
Anyone else? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Chuck Fisher, 547 Fox Point Drive, Hunters Point subdivision. I've lived in that subdivision for like 35 years. I looked at this plan. I thought, you know what, this looks like it belongs in California. This is crazy because we've got residential homes on one side, Hemmer Concrete Company's on the other side, but Hemmer has a real nice house there. He's got about 10 acres of ground. And if you pull up the plat map, he would have a parking lot running down the side of his driveway with like 24 parking spots. These buildings are 3 multi-family buildings in a cluster like this with a parking lot over here. For one thing, senior citizens aren't going to want to carry their groceries from a parking lot over to their house on the other side. And then if you're disabled, a person with disabilities, they're not going to be able to go from a parking lot over to their house. The whole idea is just, you know, it's just mind-blowing. And senior citizens, can you imagine if you're a senior citizen and you've got a parking lot that's a football field away, you're going to carry your groceries from that parking lot over to your house over here? I mean, it's just...
Stay behind the mic so we can hear
you. It just doesn't fit in with the dynamics of the area. We've got single-family homes here, a house on acreage here, and they want to jam in 3 multi-family buildings. It's just crazy. I mean, this looks like it belongs in California. It doesn't belong in our neighborhood. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And one other thing. I am so adamant about this. It's after 12 o'clock, and I stayed here because that's how important it is to me. I don't want to see this rezoned. It needs to be stayed at the low density where it is now. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Amy Polito. I am co-owner of 4639 Central School Road. My parents have owned that house for 47 years. They have been with the Hemmers, and the Hemmers are on board with this decision. It is not something so far out from California. I think it's a great opportunity for up-and-coming young people to be able to buy a home and not have to rent, and they can walk and get their groceries. It is a development for the area. It is a melting pot. There is industrial across the street. There are apartment buildings and villas down the road. This is something that I am for, and I don't know what my parents would be happy They're both deceased and have been gone, and they would appreciate that they are keeping the trees that were planted by my dad 47 years ago, and I am for this, and I want that on the record.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. First of all, the setbacks are really ridiculous in this property, especially to the property to the north that was stated. The parking lot's right next to the driveway of the north property with only 3 trees as a buffer. So where is the type, 1 or a type 2 buffer is my question, and how did they get through staff? The letter of protest speak for themselves. I think the people voiced their concerns. There's just too much crammed into this small 2-acre lot, and I ask that you deny this application to rezone this property.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing for RZ 23-10. Ask the applicant to come back. Anyone have any additional questions for the applicant? Anyone? Okay, thank you, sir. We'll bring application number RZ 23-10 back to the commission for consideration. Any discussion, comments, questions?
Yeah, I've got a comment. I mean, to me, this just feels like an apartment complex, and I feel we have enough of those in our county.
Yeah.
And I empathize with the people that live around it. I wouldn't want this next to me. So that's why I will be voting no.
Anyone else? Okay, Chair will entertain a motion to approve application RZ 23-10. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second. I think that was Mr. Cleary. Mr. Fromm, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
No.
Mr. Cornwell?
No.
Ms. Kuchner?
Yes.
Mr. Shell?
No.
Mr. Clary?
Yes.
Ms. Bamer?
No.
I vote yes, so we have a tie.
It's a denial. It's not an
Denial.
approval. Yeah,
Yep.
you don't have a majority for approval, so.
This will be on the agenda at the July 31st County Council meeting.
So you know this still goes before the county council, you guys, on July 31st.
Okay, now, almost there. Next is zoning map request RZ 23-07, located at 210 West Highway Inn. Property owners DHKS Investments LLC. Current zoning is A Agricultural District. Proposed zoning is C2 General Commercial District. 2030 Master Plan recommends low density residential 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. Rezoning area is 11.72 acres, which is 2 parcels. Location is 210 West Highway Inn on the south side of Highway Inn, approximately 2,400 feet west of Highway Z near the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 2. Staff.
Yeah, as mentioned, this application comes to staff as a request to amend the St. Charles County zoning map from A Agricultural to C2 General Commercial District, as well as being accompanied by a related conditional use permit, CUP 2308, for an outdoor storage for RVs, boats, and trailers. Just for zoning context, in 2005, there was a request to rezone this property to C2 General Commercial District, and also for the approval of conditional use permits to construct and operate self-storage / mini warehouse facilities and an animal kennel. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial for the rezoning and self-storage CUP, but recommended approval for the kennel. Eventually, the only request that was granted was an approval to operate the animal kennel. When we analyzed this, request, we looked at three things mainly: the 2030 master plan, the range of potential uses under C2 zoning, and the land use impacts for neighboring parcels. The 2030 master plan shows 2 commercial hubs in this general area, one being at Highway N and Highway Z, and again at Highway N and Wilmer Road. This property kind of falls in the middle between those 2 hubs and is designated as future low-density residential. In terms of thoroughfare, St. Charles County's long-range thoroughfare plan anticipates that the 2.5-mile segment of Highway N between Highway Z and South Point Prairie Road, which provides access to this property, will be rerouted south to the Buckner Road corridor. An environmental assessment undertaken by Missouri Department of Transportation to improve Highway N also concluded that Buckner Road is the preferred alternative to Highway N. Upgrading and rerouting Highway N to the south would reduce traffic volumes to this highway segment, meaning the site's viability for future commercial land uses would be reduced. Should this zoning map amendment request be granted and public sanitary sewers be extended, a large commercial development could be introduced in the middle of existing and future residential uses. The surrounding uses have already been established as rural residential uses to the south of Highway N and more dense residential uses to the north of Highway N.
These poor people have to stay.
The surrounding properties at 210 North Highway N have also been zoned for future low to medium density residential. Finally, staff received 2 letters against, 1 letter in support, and a letter from the City of Wentzville requesting denial based on the inconsistencies with this application and the future land use plan. Therefore, staff recommends that Planning and Zoning Commission recommend denial for this application.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicants to come forward. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings or in the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Mike Birding. I'm with the Sterling Company. We're engineers at 5055 New Baumgartner Road in St. Louis, 63129.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
All right. We're here tonight to request, as you said, the rezoning of a 11.72 acre tract at 210 West Highway N. And we're asking for a C2 general commercial district with a CUP to allow a storage lot for RVs, boats, trailers, and trucks. The outdoor storage facility that we're planning on building will be a first-class storage facility, and it will have 274 spaces that are 12 foot by 43 foot, so accommodating some of the larger RVs. The facility will offer manicured lawns and landscaping along Highway N as a buffer. This buffer will consist of Norway spruces and white pines staggered on a 15-foot planting interval, and it'll provide a year-round screen. Natural buffer of mature trees will remain on the north, south, and western boundary of the facility and provide a shielded buffer from the neighboring properties. This also facility will be a low traffic volume as people just come in and out and can get access through a keypad to get and pick up their vehicles and trailers. The big thing is that, we'll have some on-site lighting, and it'll be strategically placed so as not to interfere with the neighbors and cause light pollution off-site. And it'll provide the security they need during the evening hours. There is a pent-up demand for storage of this type in the area, as the new subdivisions develop. We've got 896 lots that are in the harvest development, and in the Autumn Hollow right next door to that, there's almost 1,300 lots altogether with harvest and Autumn Hollow. Big thing with both of them, they have multifamily units, attached villas, a variety of housing types, but the thing about the current subdivisions is they don't allow you to park your boat or RV in the driveway or for an extended period of time. So this location is a short drive from those developments and other developments in the area. So if you look at, see if I can change that. Nope, sorry. I'm trying. There we go. If you look at our layout there, you'll see we're going to bring our entrance in off of the near the existing residential entrance that services the house. The lot configuration is such that the dark green areas are the buffers that can be saved through the grading of this site and developing it as a storage area. One thing I do want to point out was the idea of the spot type of zoning. It really doesn't fall into that category because Highway N will still be there. It is a busy road, and that's why the commercial makes sense there. Right next door is not low-density housing. It's zoned R3B, which allows up to 20 units to the acre. And to the south is R3, which is on that 33 acres, you could develop up to 207 lots on that 30 acres to the south of that. So to the west, yeah, those are large lots. To the east and within a half a mile is the intersection of Z and N, and commercial uses include Walgreens and the convenience, the C-store, and there's some storage lots to the south on Z there and on each side of Buckner, but those, if you look, are mostly full. So this is it's a short drive from the new residential developments that are going in, and it just makes good sense for both of these for this tract and it to be developed in this manner. This area is kind of in a holding pattern until the sanitary sewers and water get to it. But that's what's ideal about this tract being used as a storage lot right now, is because there's no sanitary or water necessary to make the operation work as successfully. It just makes good sense. We feel that this location being rezoned as C2 general commercial with the CUP allowing the storage is the highest and best use for this tract of ground at this point in time. And I'll be glad to answer any questions if you have it.
Any questions for the applicant?
Did you see the letter from the city of Wentzville?
Yes.
What about, you're proposing just do gravel, I take it, right?
Right.
So is there a reason you just don't want to spend the money on it, or you just don't think
Well,
later on the usage will be different?
The gravel, if you look at the other lots that are there, they're also gravel, and the gravel is easy and still somewhat pervious finish to that area. And, you know, it doesn't get everything's being parked in there, so it's like, not like the parking lot at Walgreens where you're gonna have a lot of traffic going through there, and it's low speed. Last time you've seen somebody running through a parking lot, picking up at a storage lot, you know, fast enough to raise a big dust cloud, it doesn't really happen.
I'm just commenting on it because that's what they want you to do, so.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? Thanks, sir. Hearing none, we'll open the public hearing for zoning map amendment request RZ 23-07. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Glenn Keevan. I'm at 5 Oakside Court, O'Fallon, Missouri.
Go ahead, sir.
My brother Jerry and I, we have several boat and RV storage places in St. Charles County. So it's obvious we're not opposed to boat and RV storage facilities. Whenever we had looked to put in boat and RV storages in the past, we were always led to believe from the county that we needed to be in one of these, fit into the 2030 plan and be in an area that was supposed to be zoned commercial, in a commercial district. So the properties that we bought in the past and the properties that are in these commercial districts tend to be very expensive. Were expensive and still are expensive. So we were told at that time also too, or led to believe that the county was not into spot zoning, that they wanted to follow the plan and they didn't want to set up spot zoning areas. So what we would want to know from this is if this county would consider spot zoning, we have been also in the stage of wanting to expand in different areas. So there's no doubt that if the county considers spot zoning, this would be a big advantage for us too. There'd be areas that we would definitely want to push for that. I know the David Hochul Parkway, from what I understanding, is supposedly the new corridor where the commercial district might expand. But again, we're not, like I said, we're not against boat and RV storage because I think the cities have dictated that people need that. But again, just like to know if that's what the county is thinking about doing. Thank you.
Anyone else? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Arnie A.C. Dienoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I have to go with the staff's recommendation of denial here. I have to support the staff for the reasons that were stated on the record. This is a bad use of zoning. This is a high visibility parcel between Wentzville and Forestell. It's not the best and good use of the land. Storage lots shall not be on major thoroughfares and highways. They need to be in the back of major prime real estate parcels. If you decide to approve this application, I ask that you have the applicant put in the investment of permanent surfaces, either concrete or blacktop. And I'm opposed to this spot zoning and ask for denial of the commission. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding this application? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing for RZ 23-07 and bring it back to the commission for consideration. Robert, I have a question. Isn't the intersection of Z and N, isn't that going to be rerouted, restructured?
Yeah, the intersection is being redesigned. Also, eventually Highway N is being rerouted south to Buckner Road, and that will be the new route at some point. So this MoDOT and St. Charles County have been undergoing a process to examine the best future route for Highway N, and it will be, instead of the current route where it is now in front of this property, eventually it'll be go down to Buckner Road.
Anyone else have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I think that the county and both the city said it doesn't fit the long-range plan. And I think, as Mr. Keevan brought up, the idea of start allowing spot commercial zoning when it's not the natural consequences of the way the properties are developing. I think that sets a bad precedent, so I would recommend denial also.
I would agree.
Anyone else? Chair will entertain a motion to approve zoning map amendment request located at 2010 West Highway N, application number RZ 23-07. Is there a motion?
Motion.
We give that to Ms. Kirshner. Mr. Cornwell, you can get the second. Mr. Baker, how do you vote?
I'm going to abstain.
Ms. Mamer?
No.
Mr. Clary?
No.
Mr. Cornwell?
No.
I abstain. Mr. Fromm?
No.
Ms. Kirshner?
No.
Mr. Shell?
No.
Okay. This is it. We still have to do this. Next item on the agenda is a conditional use permit request, 2010 West Highway N. Application CUP 23-08 to property owners DHKS Investments LLC. Current zoning is agricultural district. Proposed zoning is C2 general commercial district. 2030 master plan recommends low density residential, 1 to 4 dwellings per acre. CUP request is a storage yard for recreational vehicles, boats, trailers, and trucks consisting of 274 spaces. The CUP area is 11.72 acres, which is encompassed in 2 parcels. Location is 210 West Highway N on the south side of Highway N, approximately 2,400 feet west of Highway Z near the city of Wentzville, located in Council District 2. Staff.
Yeah, as mentioned prior, this is a CUP for RVs, boats, and trailers under C2 zoning. And the applicant really did kind of cover everything in terms of the operations and the concept plan. For the sake of time, briefly, I just want to talk about the analysis. County staff didn't find that the proposed conditional use would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare of the area, or really reduce any scenic values to the general area. What it really came down to was that staff thought that a development of this scale would disrupt the orderly development of the surrounding properties for the uses permitted. And for that, we recommend denial.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll ask the applicant to come forward. The applicant is left. So we will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? You solemnly swear or affirm that you'll tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Yes. Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate, mailing address P.O. Box 1535, O'Fallon. I would like the commission to follow staff's recommendation of denial. This is not the place for this type of zoning, and it will impede the orderly development along our major corridor, Missouri Highway N. If you'd be inclined to approve this conditional use permit, I would ask that you put a number of conditions. No outdoor storage be allowed, no unlicensed or derelict vehicles be allowed to remain on the property for more than 30 to 45 days, and that the no maintenance or body work be performed on the property, and I ask denial by the commission on the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak regarding conditional use permit request CUP 23-08? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing, bring this back to the commission for consideration. Chair will entertain a motion to approve conditional use permit request CUP 23-08. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Mr. Shell, I'll give there, Ms. Bamer. Mr. Clary, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Shell?
No.
Ms. Kirchner?
No.
Mr. Fromm?
Yes.
Mr. Cornwell?
Yes.
Mr. Clary?
I already voted no.
Yeah?
Roger's getting tired.
I'm getting,
Do I get 2 votes?
you get 2 votes. Ms. Bamer?
No.
No, okay, I already had that box checked. Mr. Baker?
I abstain.
And I abstain. The application fails.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Third.
All in favor to adjourn, sign aye.
Aye.
1 o'clock.
Getting up. Getting up, just getting up.
Man.